Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday. Shit. Just watching a video on memory. Can't tell the day of the week. I can. I got there. I think part of it is because I'm setting up my green screen at the same time. Just, distracted. Also very distracted by a lot of things, which we're going to talk about today. One in particular. If you saw my title, you'll know that yesterday when we weren't live, and in a sense I was kind of grateful for, we had the GenAI training rollout for creators and viewers, basically anyone who has any account on Twitch. And at the top of the channel, in case you can't access it, I can link you to it. What's that I have to do? No, that's it. Okay. In case you can't access it, let me know. But basically, you need to go into your settings, and you need to disable the opt-in or you need to opt out of the GenAI training. They use any interaction you have in the channel. You have any interaction in... Why is that... on the flight? No, that's curious. They're using any chat interaction, any streaming content, stuff like that. This also includes creators if you have bots. Make sure that you opt your bots out as well. If you haven't done that yet, you didn't know, no, obviously no big deal, but just a quick note that if you're going to be doing it, this is bothering me with the light. If you are going to opt out, make sure you refresh your source, like your browser source and everything, because I don't think it kicks in unless... What the hell is happening? This is so bizarre. Hasn't been a problem in a while. Uh-oh. We starting to have problems with the green screen? Come on. I haven't had lighting issues in quite some time. Fascinating. Now the light's too bright in my eye. It's a fine balance. So yeah, kind of want to go over that. It was poor Zodiac Mountain, man. Zodiac Mountain's just not getting the day that I wanted to get. But, you know what? Honestly, we need to talk about this. It's been bothering me for a while. And I want to talk kind of about... Like, I've been here before, and it's very, very reminiscent of... It's very reminiscent of my experiences as a teacher, especially as a phys ed teacher. So first of all, I actually want to watch the video with you, because, yeah, I see the clips, and the clips are clipping the highlighting things, but as a public speaking teacher, as somebody who train and learn how to control your voice, I want to actually take a look at the body language and everything, because I find that information to be very helpful in trying to at least decipher or discern what people are saying and listening to how they say it. I can tell you from watching I think it's like 5 or so minutes. I don't know how many minutes it actually is. I've watched a couple of minutes of it. I've watched the clips. I can tell you just from even the few second clips, as well as finding the clips, you could definitely tell that they are gun to the head with the information they're providing. I also feel like they may have approached the conversation around GenAI not the way that they wanted them to on the channel. And we can kind of take a look at what that's going to look like. But you guys need to know. And I think we need to talk about this. We need to be a part of the voice, the conversation. to ease you into this here. You get to ask the question, is this Yuri? It's not. Okay. So here's the clipping. This is Mary Kish, head of the community. This is Mike Minton, the chief product officer. I tried to look this guy's job up. I was trying to look for like if there was a role description just to see, because I feel like part of it is what's it called? Like I tried looking it up, and all I could get is this AI overview, if you can believe it. Product strategy across from his LinkedIn. I've just kind of like, you know, he was a financial or monetizer officer. So this guy knows money. It also sounds like he knows very little about this. And my suspicion with this entire thing is that this is very much all Amazon, and Twitch just goes along with it, which honestly I'm pretty sure is a lot of the decisions that happens at Twitch. Not entirely, but you know, I think Dan Clancy makes it very clear as the CEO that he is there to try and make any amount of money off of Twitch and scrap it when they see it fit. So let's just get this up here. If you want to watch this for yourself, you want to watch in its entirety. The AI is really the only thing that I cared about, but this is the patch notes from August 26th. I don't know why it says August 26th. I guess that's what's coming out. Like, this is just that month. I don't know why it's labeled like that. But this happened yesterday. So let's watch this and pay attention to what they're saying. I'll stop it here and there and we'll go from there.
We just rolled this out. You can check your viewer reward dashboard to get started.
This is something
read
else.
The Help Center article for more information. We'll probably in the next few weeks or months will also be streams. Okay. And so let's get to the heart of this live stream.
So just as a record, this is expected. They had about 3,000 people on the channel at the time. The channel is completely like, I'm not exaggerating. It is completely filled with mostly non-partnered streams, but who knows? There's a couple of check marks here, but it's completely filled with nothing but about the GenAI. Note that first. There is nothing, if you scroll through, of them talking about anything but fuck GenAI, because that is the most important thing to be talking about. It's something that, as these guys are going to say themselves, as this guy's going to say himself, they know they don't want it. They know we don't want it. Amazon wants it. Twitch probably wants it for the money. But they know. And unfortunately, this is the double-edged sword of, we want to thank him and also condemn all of them, because this entire interaction is beyond transparent to an extent. Like, it's both opaque and transparent. It's transparent in the fact that they're just kind of saying, like, yeah, this is how it's going to be, which we've all just sort of adopted and be like, yeah, we understand that. And maybe it's bravery, or maybe it's just inexperience with trying to be PR for an evil company or whatever. But I feel like you would lose your job after you say the things that this guy says on the stream.
Earlier today,
I'm just saying that.
We shared that we added a setting that
knowing
lets you
Amazon
opt out of having your channel content used to train generative AI content models across Amazon. We know there's a lot of questions, and there's going to be a lot of conversation about this. So we're going to spend a decent amount of time talking about how we feel like this opt-out works and why we built this opt-out for you. We believe that you as a creator should have control over the...
Now, note, she said they're going to talk about the opt-out. They're not going to talk about the reason why this training has occurred. You would think you would mention that. They said why the opt-out and what the opt-out is for. But not leading and saying, like, they could talk about it later. I have no idea. But not leading with saying, like, this is why we're doing the generative AI training is weird. It's weird. The fact that you know that talking about it is not going to get any attention. That's immediately like, okay, so you already are dodging before you even begin. Like, you're dodging in the opening statement. Just saying.
Content that you create, your stream, your voice, your likeness. The opt-out we built, introduced today, is designed to help you with that purpose. So let's get into some questions. Mike, I'm gonna give you some of the questions I got from various feedback sources, and do your best to answer them.
Awesome.
Mike.
Yeah, let's get started. We will be taking, I know chat is very anxious for us to answer their questions. We will get there.
Yep.
We have some kind of basic ones we'll start with that we think are common questions for everybody.
Great. Really appreciate you guys being in chat. Some of these.
Also, again, obviously not a creator. Saying things like this, okay, this is being like the grammar guy or being like the syntax guy. Like I said, I want to look at this from like a speaking perspective. Saying we think are the main questions is also really weird. We think are the main questions, but they've looked at common questions. But they say the ones that we think are the most common, they should know what the most common questions are when this product is chief product officer. He should know the FAQ. He should know all of those things coming through. Or he should have people that are giving him the information. If he's going to be nothing more than the head and a mouthpiece, you would think you would be given the common questions. Saying that you think are the common questions, while it might not seem like a lot, is a weird way to convince people that you're doing anything to benefit, even though they already know they're not. Because again, they're going to admit that.
Might be duplicative or similar to your question. So
why does this keep popping
hopefully
up?
this will answer
Get
some
this
of
ad
your
shit off my thing.
hot
No.
questions.
Stop showing me that.
Let's start from some basics though. What are generative AI content models and what does it mean for my content to be used to train them, Mike?
Yeah, so a generative AI model, what we're talking about, it's an AI system that outputs text, images, audio, and video. So they take in one thing and output, so take in content at its simplest form or data and output more data on the other side. But we need to make a distinction between the use of the model and the training of the model. And what we're talking about today as it relates to the setting is how models are trained. So think of training as going to school. It then learns from the data it's fed, which is separate from taking the test. So a generative AI model, in most cases, for most people, if you're using something like a ChatGPT, the model's been long trained and it's outputting text based on the text that you input. Some people describe it as a fancy token predictor.
And what exactly does opting out cover and what does it not cover?
Yeah, so
here we
this
go.
is the teaching part of it. So what this opt-out covers is the use of your content, which includes your live stream, your VOD, your clips, your chat, and any other channel content won't be used to train models, right? And that's separate from what it doesn't do. It doesn't turn off the use of AI across Twitch. There's a couple of different examples that we'll get into more details about, like safety tools, captions, recommendations. Those things are where sometimes AI is used to take in text and output other text, or take in audio and output text. Those are different than training.
Yeah, I was talking to some streamers earlier, and I think it's important to make this clarification, even if a lot of you who are very knowledgeable about AI and the difference between AI and Gen AI, you might be like, yeah, we get it. But it's very valuable for some people who don't see that clear distinction.
Which is
And
true.
so the reason we're putting all this time and energy to it is I've gone through that user voice that you submitted earlier, and so many of the comments were also just about any case of AI. In fact, a lot of the chat right now is like no AI, period. So it is important to at least try and understand this distinction because it will impact a lot of you and the things that you like about Twitch. So this next question is
which by the way is right. This is why we have to stop using AI as the term. It's Gen AI. It's Gen AI, right? We have used AI with calculators. We have used AI with computer. We've used AI is a tool. The Gen AI is the problem. But notice at the end here, see how she finishes this off before moving on? Listen to it again.
Now is like no AI, period. So it is important to at least try and understand this distinction because it will impact a lot of you and the things that you like about Twitch.
The way that it'll impact you and the things that you like about Twitch. So saying in kind of a roundabout way, yeah, AI, she's right. Like she said, yeah, Gen AI and AI should be separate. But we're going to remind you of the things that you kind of like about Twitch, and Gen AI is still going to be there. So you could condemn that part, and it's almost just like a little bit of a weird, like, sort of, like, it's a good learning moment, but the problem is we should be just talking about Gen AI because that's what people are saying. We already know that people who are not doing that distinction or are just saying AI because that's what a lot of creators and a lot of just everyday colloquial speaking does. We just use AI and generalize it like that, right? We're here to talk about the Gen AI, right? There is assistive AI, right? Closed captions is a form of AI. Listen to your voice, gives it back. It's a program that does that. That's not what people should be worried about to begin with. When people say AI is here to stay, AI has been here for a long time. It's the Gen AI that needs to burn. Also, hey, Mala.
So this next question is connected to this. If I opt out, will AI-powered features like captions or safety tools still work on my channel?
So here's the thing. They should, right? My understanding, I'm doing this as a layperson when it comes to AI and Gen AI, right? I'm doing it off of what I've learned from people who have talked to me about it, videos that I've watched and gone from there. It shouldn't affect captions like that because that is based on programs that have assistance, right? So if the next thing he's going to say is it does, you're now hitting accessibility with that because this is about training. This is not about converting. Like you said, it's converting information, right? It shouldn't hit. What do you say, Mike?
Yes. For this setting specifically, we're talking about model training. Now, there are some things like safety and captions that you can't opt out of. They're on by default. They're on across the service.
Which is a lie because you can actually opt out from them being used on clips anyways.
They are used to improve the experience on Twitch. They're used to do things like ensure that Twitch is a safe environment, to do things like make sure that we can provide brand safety controls to advertisers, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of our systems that, make Twitch work now rely on some form of usually a specific targeted AI model that evaluates text and helps us understand what's going on across the service. Now,
can you repeat that, please?
Controls to advertisers, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of our systems that, make Twitch work now rely on some form of usually a specific targeted AI model that evaluates text and helps us understand what's going on across the service. Now, separately, where AI is used.
Isn't that supposed to be the ambassadors' jobs? What? I thought we were a community-driven thing. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I'm not trying to do this for dramatic effect. I'm confused. Is he saying that the thing that they're aiming to make Twitch, like, I gotta hear it again. I'm really not understanding what he's saying.
To do things like ensure that Twitch is a safe environment, to do things like make sure that we can provide brand safety.
And what have they been doing up until now?
Controls to advertisers,
What have they been doing up until now?
et cetera, et cetera. A lot of our systems that, make Twitch work now rely on some form of usually a specific targeted AI model that evaluates text and helps us understand what's going on across the service. Now, separately.
So if we're just introducing this, why would you say now rely? Does this mean we've already been trained on? I suspect that, by the way. I sit much more comfortably with the idea. I lose nothing by assuming that we've already been AI trained on, and they're just putting this out before somebody figures it out so that they can say, hey, we did something about it for now and future, which will also be a thing that you'll hear about later on, because I have tons of clips for you to look back on. So if the goal is to replace the workers, fine. Nothing new to us. We know that. It's weird to say now our systems rely on that. In the present, but I didn't see any news about a bunch of people being laid off or anything. So this is a working piece, which makes it sound like it has been in the works for quite some time with this specific GenAI. I know they've been working on it for years or so. It was talked about a while ago. Sounds good, Kami. Enjoy your work meeting. I know it's been talked about quite a bit, but it sounds weird. It sounds weird the way he's
AI is
explaining it.
used
He might be
on
bad
a
explaining
creator's content or things related to clipping, for example. Some of you may have heard of auto clips. Creators can turn that feature off. They do not have to use it. Captions on clips is another good example. If you don't want to have captions on your clips, fine. You can turn it off on an individual clip, or you can turn off the feature entirely.
Which doesn't necessarily state that you're not having the GenAI train on it. It doesn't mean it's being trained on. It just means that you won't be using the feature, which is unclear.
There are stream summaries, another good example. Many of you did not like stream summaries and decided you did not want that on your channel. You can opt out of that. So those will be opted out basically on a per feature basis. You'll be able to turn off those experiences that operate again that are in your using your content and managing your channel experience and editing content, etc. That's separate from the underlying things that we do to keep Twitch operating. So for example,
which makes it sound like they are already doing it to make it operate. We're just saying we don't want our side to show what they're doing in the background, right? I don't want to be associated with the GenAI. All of my GenAI features are turned off. I don't do captions. I don't do auto captions. I don't do stream summary. I don't think I do stream summary. I'm pretty sure it's off. I wrote my own. Like, I don't do any of the GenAI stuff or any of the auto stuff. Captions are captions. They're not GenAI. Although I do need to read more into it. I treat it more as an assistive tool than it is a, replacement tool. But what I'm confused about is all it sounds like Mike is saying is you can just turn it off and we're still using the tool. Like, the tool will still use you. It will still take your stuff. It will still use all of that. Minus the caption thing. I just don't want my voice on record, but that's the point, is I don't want that stuff being processed beyond whatever they need to process it for stuff like security or things that are applicable right away. Not just in general. Like, if I'm reported saying, hey, this guy's yelling racial slurs, I need to go back and look at my VODs to prove that, yeah, go ahead, look through my videos. Also, don't need to be keeping an eye on me nonstop when there's no reason to keep an eye on me other than make sure that I'm not breaking the rules, which you've already been doing.
We now, nearly every bit of audio is transcribed into text across the entire site. That then enables things like stream summaries to happen. It also helps us from a auto mod and other perspective. Those are things that are not able to be opted out of on a per channel basis because they operate across the site.
I think it might be good for so many of you who'd be like, I want to opt out and I want to know how to do it right now. So let's talk about it.
Notice how she's moderating this. No shade to her. I don't know why she's here. Where's Dan Clancy? This is a very important detail that Zach Bussey brought out. This is a very excellent point. I'm just going to say it. It's really spineless behavior that Dan Clancy wasn't the co-host with Mike Minty. He's made his entire run as CEO by being front and center on every stream, but when the toughest announcement yet comes, he throws Mary Kisher under the bus. Yeah. Exactly. This is a huge change. Where is our supreme overlord? Where is the guy who will he announced something else that was a colossal. Wasn't he doing the super? Was it because he was doing the super streaks or whatever, the super bit things that was breaking people's browsers and stuff like that? And he got like an immense flack. Like, is this guy only going to be forward facing when he can benefit off of this because he knows that this is a fucking dumpster fire? Yes, because it's evident from his past behaviors on streams where he's had his own issues. The one that he was trying to show, what feature was it? Where he's trying to show it on his own stream on mobile and he couldn't fucking do it. He didn't know how to work the app. He didn't know how to work his feature. Because again, he's just the top guy. But this is not a guy invested in being front and center. He's a guy who's invested to be at the top. And that's it. We know that. But this is an extremely accurate point. That we have a very monumental change to a platform that hasn't had this, at least openly, and he's not here for it.
If we could just take a look at my personal stream, I'll show you all what you need to do. So the first thing you're going to do in your creator dashboard.
Also kind of wild they're making her use her own stuff so you can see her other, like, information. It's all public anyways, but if something fucking slips, she's cooked. You'd think there would be like a burner account or something they could use to show this because it's on everybody. Viewer, creator, no matter what. Like your Twitch, you can make an account to be a demonstration account and then just have it where no one can follow it, no one can subscribe to it. Just like you could do that. So it's very interesting that they're making her use her account. That seems strange.
Is you want to find your little picture in the upper right-hand corner and you want to go to settings. I know there's a lot of different settings, especially in our creator dashboard, and so it can get a little muddy. It's your photo in the upper right.
Also kind of funny, just because I think in a business mind from certain things. Interesting is she has her followers list up. I just find that interesting. Like, again, I don't want you to be able to see that. If anything, if I was really professional myself, I would be, if I did this in multiple scenes, I would be blocking my trending so you, like, just don't, like, if you want that information on me, you go see it for yourself, right? If you want to go see who she's following, you go do that for yourself. Again, just, it's kind of bizarre. Maybe it's just overthinking it. I just think it's kind of bizarre. Anyways.
Settings. You'll see these setting sub areas. You want to go to security and privacy. That's right here.
There you go.
And then you're going to scroll down.
And we're going to tuck at the very bottom, as usual.
Training for GenAI, and you can turn it right off. Turning this off is immediate. The second you do this, it's off. And I think that it's really nice for you. I'm not expecting anybody to spread the word here, but for anyone who you think would like to know that they have this option, please feel free to share this and let them know that that's where you find it. It's in your settings, security, privacy.
And again, they aren't advertising this past the one time. Maybe in their official post. I don't actually follow Twitch because there's just a lot on there that's just not applicable to me. I get it through other journalists like Zach Bussey and follow all of that. Again, like this feels so wrong. Like just this is like having your Steam overlay open at a speedrunning marathon where you see like, oh yeah, Noob Slayer 62 is playing Modern Warfare. Like it just, use a fucking burner account. Where is the extra account for demonstrations? That's ridiculous to me. Use the Twitch account. I know you don't want to risk it. If it was so safe, you would never have to worry about having this. Isn't it interesting, by the way, when you go to your settings? Actually, let me do a daily check here. Let me go to Twitch. Let me just do my daily check. Is my settings still off? By the way, you got to go back to the main settings. You got to go back to the main channel so that you can access your settings, because Twitch is a terrible overlay as usual. Here, I'm going to show my stuff. Ready? Boom. Here we go. Boop. Let's be professional about it. You can still see it, but at least it's not like overtly in the fucking way. All right. By the way, this is how, if I fuck up in any way here, I can't even fuck up because that's how bad their site is. Where is it? Security and privacy. Yeah. Like, if I click there, you can see see part of my phone number and username and everything else. If I go to this, okay, it's still off. That's good. By the way, I shouldn't have hers off right away. I'm just going to point that out. Maybe they went live immediately with it. Some people were saying that theirs were re-enabled. That's probably just a glitch. Like honestly, probably just a browser glitch or something. I don't think much of it. Just go back and do it again.
And you can toggle it off.
But they'll only talk about this once. Everyone else has to spread the word.
I encourage you to make
they'll explain it, Link. Don't worry.
That work best.
Remember, Mike is going to be the worst hero possible for nobody. Like, he's going to be the worst hero that no one's ever going to thank, and we shouldn't. Because he's going to say everything that we've been saying just from his position, where I expect Amazon to put him at the guillotine. That's all.
For you.
Also good to see you, man.
It's so important that you feel like you get a say here. So this is your ability to turn this off and to share with others how to turn this off. And I hope you take advantage of that.
Still won't do it ourselves.
Yeah,
Mike,
and I think
go ahead, Mike.
As I say, I think it's also useful to kind of level set a bit and look across. Like, I know many of you also create VODs, many of you create short form content, many of you use other services besides Twitch. And I'm not going to give you a perfect delineation of who allows what, but in general, it's pretty fair to say that almost every content service is opted in by default, and there's no ability to opt out.
And we will not be any different. That is the first piece. That's not even him admitting anything. That is the first. That's an unfortunate thing to freeze on. They don't have to be. Exactly, Link. They don't have to be the first one to have opt-in, because they know they can do this, which is part of a larger issue. However, we're not even at the juiciest parts yet.
Our terms, in terms of the general terms of service, already permit training of models. We went the extra step to add the control to let you opt out. We know many of you will opt out, and that is completely by design. Now, why is it not opt-in? That's what everybody is here spamming in chat. I get it. Let me opt in versus making me opt out. Well, there's an honest answer, and I think most of you probably
remember, Chief Product Officer
can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt-in, nobody would opt in.
And that's my entire argument. That's it. Like, wow, your LinkedIn, yeah, your LinkedIn really shows us that, huh? What a fucking brilliant statement. Of course, no one would opt in. It's unnecessary for the user. It does next to nothing for the average user. You have 3,000 people in your chat. You have less viewership as the main platform yourself. And you are saying something that an elementary school teacher would remind other kids about washing their hands after painting with glue. And I mean by painting it all over the fucking wall because they're in kindergarten. Make sure you go wash your hands because you need to. If we made it opt in, no one would opt in. And there's no creativity with this. The chat has some people saying, what if you paid people? What if you gave them something for doing opt-in? And frankly, based on the experience of listening to creators, people who opt into the Gen AI, let them have their shit. We can condemn crypto and still let people do the stupid fucking crypto as long as we keep it under control. They could do the NFT shit and keep that shit under control. But understand that not many people are on your side. You can have your own little sect of fucking weird wants and desires, and the rest of us are going to build a functional society that's not killing people environmentally, socially, and everything else. Say that again. Hold on. I got this saved here.
Service already permit training of models. We went the there's an honest.
We went the extra mile, by the way. The extra mile of an opt-out. The extra mile. I don't know how much of the extra mile that actually is, because I'm not a dev. But say it again.
You can appreciate. Let me opt in versus making me opt out. Well, there's an honest answer, and I think most of you probably can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt in, nobody would opt in.
Perfect. Thanks. Okay, let's continue.
That's honestly the answer. So by it's going to be on by default, and as I said, almost every content service in the world is on by default. I think the thing that we're doing here that is unique and different is respecting your wishes to opt out of model training.
Look at the fucking Twitch
I know
chat.
This is not a fan favorite. I know it's very upsetting to the community, but this is where we are.
Yeah, we don't expect you to be happy or excited about this.
Wow, thanks, Mary Kay. Again, no shade to her. I think she's being thrown under the fucking bus because Dan Clancy's a little bitch and doesn't want to show this off. But again, it's like, yeah, we know this. Yeah, we know this sucks. Yes, we understand Amazon's making all the calls. We understand that you are not we understand that you're not a company. You're just Amazon live stream, right? You may as well just call it, you may as well not call yourself twitch.tv anymore. You may as well call yourself Amazon.livestream, right? We know the business model is try and make as much money out of it, then discard it, right? Yeah, exactly. And he's absolutely right, officer. But the funny thing is, when you go on a live stream and you say that, I expect him to receive an email or maybe a notification on Twitch accepting his resignation. Because that's so fucking insane to admit, even though we know it's the truth. But that's the thing, is listen to yourself saying that. Listen to your, like, that's what you're standing on. You're not here for Twitch. You're not. And that has nothing to do with how Twitch was designed as a community-built platform. So of course, no shit, nobody wants it. And that's what we were saying, officer, is they make it sound like because they added an opt-out button, like we went the extra step, we went the extra mile. Okay. No, you didn't. You know what the extra mile is? Saying, hey, we don't need this information. Why do you need this information? What if we've already farmed enough for them and then somebody finds out, hey, they've been doing this? Like, that's the scariest thing. Now that you've talked about all this, you know people are looking through to see, has GenAI touched any of us before this opt-out? Because again, we could go beyond in this video, and there's going to be more things said about this.
I don't expect anyone to react to this favorably.
No kidding.
It's
again, she understands.
There are people who are like, we'll go somewhere else, we'll stream somewhere else. This is very industry standard.
Yeah, it's industry standard because there's no competition. That's it. It's industry standard because there's no competition. The opt-out button looks like you're a godsend because there's no competition. That's it, right? She knows it. By the way, she knows. I have a big feel, like, my understanding, I don't know much about her, but my understanding is, hearing from the so-called eggheads in the financial and all that of Twitch is just like listening to this, except this guy's saying way more than I would expect anybody to ever say. But, like, nobody is going to react favorably to this. She's repeating what everybody is saying in chat, which is heartwarming and glad to hear it from the head of community. but she clearly has no way. And now she's going to explain the people who they're supposed to be listening to as the voices of the people are not even involved in this. I don't know what GDPR is.
Streaming somewhere else won't absolve you of training and things like this and Gen AI. Being able to opt out is so important for you to share with others and recognize that you can opt out. So please let other people know that you have this option.
So to me, this guy's just protecting his job. She's actually trying to tell people, hey, I can't say much more because Amazon will also chop my head off. Please go do your due diligence. She sounds like she's on the side of the creators. She knows how bad this is. She knows how stupid this is and how unheard communities are. Because she is part of a human important thing here.
Yeah, and just to address another thing, I know some people noticed that we clarified a community tweet today to say, hey, Twitch isn't training models in this case. And the distinction, the reason that we tried to provide that clarity is in terms of the specific type of use cases that you might imagine. So there's things, like I mentioned earlier, general purpose large language models that are just generally doing things, being able to try to understand content and output more content, right?
Which, by the way, is not the industry standard. By the way, we just keep saying this is an industry standard, that this is what we have to do. We don't have to do shit. I don't know if you remember that you have your own two hands and a fucking brain, or you have like your own limbs and your own free will. Just because some toaster app named Bob tells you, it'd be a really good idea. This guy fucked up 200 years ago with like trying to sell something out of you should probably just build this out of newspaper. You should, like, it sounds that stupid. Like, no, this is inevitable. No, this is exactly what we need to do. No, this is quite industry standard. We need to keep up with this we need to keep up with this. You're not a training data center. Why did he say Twitch is about training models? It's as weird as when Google came out and said, but not as weird when Google said, we're going to change to become a data center thing, an AI-centered thing. Even Facebook, Meta, who fucking cares about the name? We're going to become an AI training thing. He's saying it like we are a training center. No, we're not. It's never been a thing. And there's no announcement of Twitch moving to be that. So why does he say it this way?
Mentioned earlier, general purpose large language models that are just generally doing things, being able to try to understand content and output more content, right? For purposes of Twitch, one of the things that I sometimes hear is like, Twitch is going to train AI and replace all of us. Well, no. The unique part of Twitch is that human connection and belonging, and you're irreplaceable as it relates to being able to train a model to replace you or you.
Did he just fucking say we're tools to feed the AI machine? Oh, I'd say it again. Say it again, Mike.
Connection and belonging, and you're irreplaceable as it relates to being able to train a model to replace you or use your audio, use your content, etc. So we try to make a distinction that like there's no Twitch specific use cases that we're working on as it relates to content creation or anything like that.
So what's the purpose of it? So what's the purpose of it? What are you using it for then? What are you using it for, Mike? Mr. Minton? What are you using it for? What's it for? What is it for? Just fucking say it's for Amazon. Just say it. Like, what is it? What is it? Yeah, no shit. If we're replaced, there's nothing to learn off of. Duh. They used to say that back when you had serfdom. Shit, no one's gonna grow our crops if we don't have farmers that are kept destitute and rely on growing the crops. Yeah. Really? So we are irreplaceable. Yeah, we know that. Again, another dub in the no shit Sherlock department. So like, can you understand why this bothers me? I'm going to tell you a story after we look at all this that very much reminds me of this when I was a teacher in a different way. But what data
Why
link?
can't people opt out of
If
all
not to
AI
replace.
uses at Twitch? We touched on this.
Yeah, it's not all
But
AI uses. Not all
Can you
AI
just
uses need
go
to
a
be
little
done
bit
with
more
that.
into why you can't just let people opt out of all? They don't. A lot of people are not supportive.
I'm going to pause this while we wait for the ads to play.
You can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt-in, nobody would opt in. You can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt-in, nobody would opt in. Well, there's an honest answer, and I think most of you probably can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt-in, nobody would opt in. Well, there's an honest answer, and I think most of you probably can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt-in, nobody would opt in. I think most of you probably can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt-in, nobody would opt in.
Just as a reminder. Let me put some music on for this. While we wait. I'm going to grab some more water while the ads are playing. Then we'll keep looking at this. This is something important that we need the ads off for. What? Oh.
Fruit fly. Fruit fry, the fruit fly.
With a knife?
No.
Okay. The white guy? Is it the... I get now because the small one used to be the bamboo one.
Oh, okay, we're using two. Yeah, small plastic here.
I'm sorry? I know. I know. Oh, what's that? Hit the Clippy again? We hitting Clippy? Hold on. Hit that again?
Let me opt in versus making me opt. Well, there's an honest answer, and I think most of you probably can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt in, nobody would opt in. Well, there's an honest answer, and I think most of you probably can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt in, nobody would opt in.
We appreciate it, all right. Anyways,
Love AI in any use case, and they don't want it.
Yeah, as I said earlier, at this point, a lot of the underlying systems that support and in terms of helping discovery, in terms of improving safety, in terms of even things like captions on clips, et cetera, or Twitch clip that. They rely on underlying systems that are understanding content to be able to operate. And so because they improve everybody's experience or keep everybody safe, we can't let individual channels opt out of that because that would break.
I just got a notification of Twitch. Clip created from your stream using the clip that voice command. What clip that voice command? I don't have that. What the fuck is that? What do you mean? Did I say that? I don't remember having that. How the fuck do I turn that off? Wait. That's a fucking feature too? Oh my god, man. It's a setting near the GenAI. Oh, are you don't I have that off? I'm pretty sure I have that off. I don't see it here. Yeah, I don't see it here. Like, I don't have the setting you're mentioning. Hold on. Okay. Back to Twitch, because I can't access, again, settings up. Going back to the main account on Twitch. Go to stream. There's no stream here. Go to channel and videos, I guess. Then go to stream. Where's the stream thing? Oh, it's right here. Okay, awesome. Oh my god, turn this shit off. Disgusting. All right, that's off. Thank you. Oh, here's my stream key. You guys want it? Hi, Tabby. Okay, let's continue down this dumpster fire. Stream blood on the clock tower? But the villain is always generative AI, right?
Both our, overall promise to the community as it relates to safety, as well as in the context of advertisers.
I'm pretty sure they added that a while ago, Tabby.
But again, we respect and will allow opt-out for things that are working on behalf of a creator, especially on their content.
We're again, already admitted, by the way, opting out of anything that works for the creator. This doesn't work for a creator. They just said it's for training models. They didn't say it's for helping creators. They said it's for training models to help moderation of the site. That's not helping creators. You have moderation on the site. You have safety things. We are responsible for our own viewership and our own control of rules and standards on Twitch, complying with the terms and services. What is the information for? If we are opting out, that means this information is not that important to help us. So it doesn't make any sense what he's saying. Again, he's saying you'll be able to opt out of anything that's going to help the creator, but this doesn't help the creator. It doesn't help us. Why can't he tell us how it's going to help us outside of the things that they're already doing? There is no benefit because he can't name one.
Let's see some of your questions, because we're getting a lot, and that's totally fair. Some of these things we have answered, but I'm actually just going to ask them again, Mitten.
But would generative AI solve that? Is that a generative AI solution? Like, do you use GenAI to fix auto mod and automated copyright strikes? That doesn't sound like a Gen AI problem. That sounds like an AI problem. Again, it sounds like a different model. Why would you need generative AI to learn when you could feed music in, just put do we not have sites that we can look through? Like, their whole auto, to find names for games, it takes from Copy or Game Bomb or whatever the hell that site's called. We have systems like that. What does Gen AI do to fix something like AutoMod or automated copyright strikes? I could be missing something. It's a legit question. Maybe I am missing something. Like I said, I'm looking at it just from the average user with very little knowledge on it.
Because some people might be coming in, or some people didn't maybe hear the answer to their question. So I will, if I see a repeat, I'm still going to ask it. JD Man asked, why not have it opt in? Have you already been training models?
Okay. Pay attention to this. Pay attention to Mike. Face touch.
Twitch is not
stutter.
been training models. I can't speak to what Amazon is training or not training as it relates to any type of specific usage of content.
So again, remember that he said anything that you opt out of is for the benefit of the creator. They have not been training models, but has no fucking clue what Amazon's going to do with it. Benefiting the creator by it not benefiting Twitch. Remember that.
And what's interesting is I think, it's 10 to, depending on how you count it, 10 to 25 companies around the world that are creating some of these, what we'll call frontier large language models. I don't know, and I don't think, I don't know this conclusively, but I think it's a pretty reasonable assumption that almost any publicly available content is being used for model training in one form or another.
What model training?
Whether permitted or not. So I think we also just need to acknowledge that, there's a lot here that is even beyond, our direct control. But in terms of, as we said here, there's, I can't speak to what models have been trained or not trained. I can tell you that Twitch has not been specifically training models for our purposes.
Again, it's supposed to benefit creators. He said that in the beginning. It's supposed to benefit creators. This is supposed to help us. Them training the mod. I keep finding really bad poses for him. I'm so sorry. It's supposed to be helping us. But him as the chief product officer has no fucking clue what it's being used for. He just makes this stuff. Yeah, exactly. We can give you a fake option, but Amazon probably already has shit. And now you just stop us from getting. We have enough that we can now, turn the tap. You can have the tap to turn. That's it, right? That's what it sounds like to me. And again, it's not a bad assumption because we lose nothing from making that assumption. We only gain by being skeptical about it. Because we're not getting answers. He is not answering the question. Because, yes, he might not have the answer. He doesn't know what's going on Amazon's side. Sure. But again, training models this is not a Twitch thing. Which is concerning that this is being used for Amazon specifically, not being taken by Twitch and then given to Amazon. Because, okay, fine. I've given them my name so I can be paid. They've given my name to Amazon. Yeah, that's going to happen, right? Of course it's going to happen. But this is specifically taking my content, doing nothing with it on Twitch, but then it might go to Amazon, which is fucking weird.
The language in the new AI setting implies we are to choose between discoverability or having our content fed to AI. Can you speak on this?
Talking about algorithm on Twitch is strange. Algorithm on Twitch is kind of busted and is really hard to make anyway. It's already been talked about by multiple high-level influencers, social media experts, and stuff like this.
Let me make sure. Can you maybe?
It's a very luck happenstance thing to be discovered on Twitch. You don't get discovered on Twitch. You get discovered everywhere else.
Restate that, Mary, just to make sure I understand the heart of the gist of the question.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I want to make sure it's Turbo Fleabitten. You wrote this, so if I'm like misinterpreting
that's
it.
great.
The language used in the new AI setting implies we are to choose between discoverability or having our content fed to AI. Can you speak on this?
No. Okay. So
That
this
shouldn't
setting
have any impact.
doesn't actually impact discoverability.
Yeah.
This setting is allowing your stream's content to be used to train models.
It's not about allowing. It's about whether or not you consent to allowing. Because we weren't asked, we were forced. So it's like, did you fuck up? Did my girlfriend forget when she went home to turn off the setting? Did you forget that your bot has a Twitch account and you left the setting on? This is not about whether or not you allow. This is about whether or not you consent to allow them to use it. I think there's a very slight distinction there. Again, might be picky, might be oversensitive. I don't give a fuck.
That may
I don't
help those
care.
models operate better in the future.
What
For
models?
example, there's certain language and certain terms and
What
certain,
terms?
things that Twitch streamers uniquely do.
What do we do?
And
What do we do,
by
Mike?
being able to train on that type of content, it will make that model more effective at being able to understand that in the future.
Understand what? Mr. Minton. Yeah, I didn't think of it either until I saw a post talking about it. I'm like, oh, fuck, that's true, yeah. Like, what do you learn from us? What is it about learning about our content that's going to help you help us? We are the content. Creators build the content. The only conclusion that comes to my mind is building likenesses of us to create AI streamers. Isn't there an AI section on Twitch where AI streamers already exist? Doesn't this already happen? I feel like there is. Hold on. What is this section called? I swear I saw a category for this. No, there's just channels that do like AI remixing, modeling AI and AI remix music, stuff like that. Oh man, imagine being Dota 2 under the category AI. Or Street Fighter 6. Ew. Oh no. Yeah, it just has like people using AI in an AI way, whatever the fuck way that is. Whatever, but I thought for some reason there was an actual platform or an actual like thing about that. Brother, I don't know what's been going on. I guess there's a deal on boobs for VTubers these days. Everybody's getting a boob up. I don't know how else to say it. No, I mean, yeah, there are AI tubers, but yeah, we don't know anything about the status of them actually like training on like doing any training. We just know there's AI. Like Code Miko, right? Code Miko is somebody running it, but they've built the code for it to kind of work. I can't remember exactly what Code Miko does. I don't want to throw it. She's not in this. They're not in this category, that's for sure. They're not in the Gen AI category. Jesus.
That training use case has zero impact on your ability to be discovered on Twitch or anything like that. That falls into the bucket of the other bucket, the use where Twitch uses AI, not trains AI, uses AI to improve the experience for our community.
Not the algorithm, though, because that's too hard to do. And frankly, it is.
And in that case, for example, we may be looking at use a model to understand, a streamer's the type of content they create, the topics they talk about, the almost anything.
Is that like a camera that does the automatic shifting to keep him in frame because he wobbled a bit, or is he trying to move that with a button? My fucking eyes.
Are they funny? How funny are they? Are they satirical? Are they, comedic, et cetera, et cetera? And those are things that we may use to help improve recommendations. So that one person that watches a specific type of content, knowing that another streamer creates content like that could be quite useful as it relates to discoverability.
Yeah, also note, once again, we're having confusing messaging here. He said it's an AI model, or he says the Gen AI model, it's going to be training models. Don't know if it's for Twitch. Not for Twitch. Might be for Amazon, or before. Not for Twitch, might be for Amazon, but now he's also talking about how this is going to benefit Twitch. So what is it? Is it a model for Twitch? Is it a model for Amazon? Is it a model for both? Have both existed before this? You're saying no, but you're also saying that you have models that are going to be benefiting Twitch. You haven't taken 24 hours and been able to design this. So when are we going to see when this becomes a Twitch thing? But more so, why can't you stay on the same fucking lane on whether or not this is a Twitch model or an Amazon model? Why does it keep sounding like Twitch will, but not at the same time? Just start saying Amazon. Just say Amazon, dude.
I'm going to skip
Amazon.livestream.
I saw a question from, I'm a fan of Delicious Flavor, who said, who are you selling our data to? No one. And that's an important distinction. Mike, do you want to talk more about that? We don't sell data.
They don't sell
Yeah,
data,
no,
chat.
I think that's pretty much the most clear answer. We do not resell the data to other companies that are training
Resell the data.
models. So that's not what's going on here. We're not profiting or making any money by selling your data.
So Amazon does. It's Amazon. That's all.
Amazon also doesn't sell your data. Sometimes I
Bullshit.
think people are like, you don't.
Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking. Are you kidding me? Amazon doesn't sell your data? Yeah, I'm actually seeing a lot of X's in chat and press X to doubt. I just want to hear her explanation. As the head of community, she might know something about this, but I just want to hear, not from the chief product officer, I want to hear from, not Dan Clancy, I want to listen to the person who was unfortunately thrown on his bus to manage this dumpster fire in the sewers, about what you're going to say about Amazon not selling data.
Don't, but you're Amazon and Amazon does. Amazon doesn't sell your data either. They have a strict
Good
policy on that.
clarification.
Oh,
So
really?
when I say we're not selling it, I mean both. The royal us.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Because you work for Amazon, right? Because you work for Amazon, because you do that? What a strange... God fucking damn it. Amazon doesn't sell our data. You should have just stopped at Twitch. You should have let people put it together. You saw the Amazon in chat. They both saw the Amazon, I bet Amazon does though, in chat, spammed. And they had to answer that. They had to answer that. Guaranteed. Because holy shit, Amazon doesn't sell our data. Bro, Jeff Bezos knows what size jockstrap I wear, for fuck's sake. Please.
What was the other one? It was, there
Sell
was
our
one
data.
about, we talked about the opt-in.
So what do they do with it then?
We talked about
Yeah,
discoverability.
Please.
Girth Burgers says, given the response to the AI toggle, will you consider changing how AI-related features are rolled out in the future, perhaps giving users timely notice to toggle off?
Again, Gen AI. We have to use the proper terms. AI features don't always, if they're not generative AI and they are not related to anything of borrowing or content, which is generative AI again, like we don't need permissions for better captions. We don't need people that we would like to know, but we don't need to have the ability to turn this off if it's not learning from us. If it can just listen and give the interpretation like an AI model does, we don't need it. We need to say, when you do more Gen AI shit like this, will you be more transparent? Because again, this was talked about years ago, and now it's just kind of like slammed. And if you didn't keep up with anyone who talks about the knowledge in the space, we wouldn't see this coming. We didn't get an email. They're going to talk about that too, by the way.
Off AI-related features
We're gonna talk
before
about that
they're
too.
implemented instead of auto-enrolling all users? That's a good question.
Yeah, I think that's especially applicable on the creator side, where we have things in the future that may use AI to help improve those features.
AI or Gen AI? Chief Product Officer?
It's kind of we're trying to be as clear as possible about what's happening. But at the end of the day, and I firmly believe this, like it really comes down to the end product experience. Like if it's a good product experience and it's solving a problem you care about, how it's done is less important than what the quality is in terms.
What? Did you actually say that again? Please say that again. Holy shit, you've never worked at a fucking retail store, have you? Say it again.
Clear as possible about what's happening. But at the end of the day, and I firmly believe this, like it really comes down to the end product experience. Like if it's a good product experience and it's solving a problem you care about, how it's done is less important than what the quality is in terms of that. And we saw this feedback quite a bit with Stream Summary. It's like, well, I heard from many creators like, hey, this is great. I don't have to constantly repeat myself and restate what's been happening in the stream every 5 minutes when a new viewer comes in. I find this quite helpful.
This guy just said, yeah, you know what? Those sweatshops over in China? Yeah, as long as the end result's fine. Holy fuck, dude. He actually just said that. Holy fucking shit. He just said it doesn't matter how we do it, as long as it's okay. And it looks okay at the end. Holy Christ. You're going to be out of the job in 2 weeks. You can't say all of these secrets out loud. Hi, Zeph. Holy fucking shit. Are you serious? So let's take a look at that logic then. With that logic, yeah, also the stream summary, you don't have to repeat that nonstop, by the way. No one's reading that. Most people either have a pre-written description of themselves or have their own way of introducing anyways, right? It's either there are overlays that can pop up like what Pine has. Evie has her own list of things that she can lift off in terms of what she's playing. We have multiple things in our bios that can do that. No one's reading my bio and comes back and says, hey, can you repeat that? Nobody does that. Not a single user experience would reflect me repeating myself. That like I'm trying to figure out if they're having an issue with that. It sounds like the presentation of the live streaming isn't strong enough to make a marketable argument for yourself. It just sounds like those creators, unfortunately, have a minor skill issue. They have a presentation issue where they need to build up the ability to market their brand without having to repeat the same thing. If I had to tell you every 40 minutes, hear me out, if I had to tell you every 40 minutes, by the way, I'm a roguelike creator that does challenge runs, and you don't get that from the first 30 seconds of coming into the channel, then I have lost you. That's how that works. We don't earn, we earn people's trust and viewership. We're not owed anything doing this. So saying something like, I've heard from creators that the stream summary, which is tucked away, has to be repeated over and over again, and that this feature helps them. My brother in Christ, if they can't write a 300 character model summary, you should go look at the education system and see the essays that people are producing, because it is that bad with ChatGPT. Produce a thought from your own neurons, please. I don't like being disappointed dad where I warrant a metaphorical backhand, but like, fucking use your brain. You need to. It's hard enough to convince students of why is this useful. Now it's no longer why is this useful. Now it's why do I need to do it? At least back when where is math useful, we could answer that and we could give multiple examples. Having to explain to an 11-year-old child, just as an aside, if ChatGPT could do it, why do I need to do it? Is so frustrating, considering an entire education model is built upon building this up. And this guy can't explain the educational model at all. It's helping us, but it's not helping us. You might see it, you won't see it. It might be feeding Amazon, I have no idea. As long as the end result is good and profitable, it doesn't matter on quality or how we get there. That's a sweatshop mentality. That's fucking wild. Again, another dub for Captain Obvious of revealing all the corporate evil secrets. But like, we know this, and what the fuck, dude? Maybe he wants out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe he reads like 2 or 3 people that he follows. Let's use his channel next time to see how he uses Twitch, right? This guy uses Twitch, right? Mary Kish had to show her private channel or her personal details so that we could see that she, on stream, opted out. Wasn't opted out right away, but she did opt out on stream, so that's something, right? Who knows the circumstances? I'm not expecting everybody to see it immediately and go turn off in the first 5 seconds. People are busy. Let's see Mike Minton. He won't opt out. I know he won't, but he probably doesn't stream either. I don't know. I don't know this guy. But like, show us. Show us what it's going to do. Prove this. Show me who you're talking to. Who are you asking? Because later on in this discussion, by the way, more things are going to be said that makes it even more convincing that there's no way this guy has heard from anyone. Because head of community is supposed to be linking up, to my understanding, with the ambassadors that speaks for them doing the research into the Twitch sphere on behalf of the creators. They're supposed to be like our governors, our premiers, right? No, it doesn't surprise me, Zeph. It surprises me that he's just so openly saying it. That he thinks, again, they feel so immune and that they're in such the right because they're doing an industry standard, which is failing, by the way, which is fucking failing all over the place. Now they've caught up to be behind again because Twitch and Amazon are bad companies. They're bad companies, not just with decisions and poor treatment of humans. They just make poor decisions because they're going too far. They're putting too many hands in too many cookie jars. They found a snake pit now.
And that's, again, a case where that content understanding is useful to create the summary. We also heard from many other streamers, they didn't want that feature, and they can opt out and turn that off. And if it was better, they may have felt different, but they felt like for their content, the summary wasn't useful for their viewers.
Yeah. If it was better. So you admitted that so you're not going to go back and fix it, right? You're not going to, like we're going to be super picky about everything this guy, like I said, I want to do this from like listening to the words that he's saying. Please correct me because I'm human and I can make mistakes like that too, obviously. The way that he's saying it is, we understand that it's not the best for everyone. It helps some people. So you're helping literally the lowest brow of people who just can't write a summary of themselves, right? And then don't adapt the summary and transform it into their own. Because if somebody needs inspiration, they take that inspiration, they turn it into themselves and give you like a model. We've looked at examples on how to start intro paragraphs for essays. We don't copy it word for word, but like we've looked at it, goes, okay, this is what you want to write. This is an example of how it looks good. Okay, go for it. If that's what Stream Summary wanted to do, where it looked at you and said, all right, you seem to stream this a lot, like give you the basic knowledge in case you're not looking at Solynome or any other of your analytics, sure. But just flat out saying it's not for everyone because it might not be a good enough material for them just means that it's not scalable to everybody. So you just fucking have it to see if it would work. It's not a scalable product. This product helps the people who are unable to write a 300 character description and nothing more. And comes with that AI tag. So not only have you fucked up already a large viewer base and thrown them all in, or creator base, and thrown them all into the product's not good enough. That might not be the reason. I didn't do it because I already had a summary and I don't need an AI to write my summary of me. I know who I am and what I do. I don't need help with that. Now scale it down to someone who might need that. Okay, now scale it up to somebody who might need that. They won't. That's the point. It's a testing ground. It's just a feature to put an AI in to try and get you once again to be comfortable with everything is run by AI. Now they're attempting the big one here, the GenAI, and going from there. And trying to make it sound like, this is helpful for people. Show me, Minton. Who does it help? Who have you talked to? You're talking to 3 viewer average people?
I have
Interesting.
a comment I saw from an ambassador that I'm going to answer. Watts asks, did Twitch ask the ambassadors and creators their thoughts prior to rolling this out?
Notice that an ambassador is asking this. I think the ambassador knows the answer to this already, or they're just checking to see if they were ignored. But something tells me this ambassador has made an excellent play because she also mentioned it's an ambassador. This is where I think this is the part where she gets run over by the bus.
I can't speak to all creators, but I can speak to the ambassador program. I did not ask ambassadors their thoughts. We were pretty tight-lipped on what we were able to ask or provide. I did read through all of the user voice entries, and I am very aware of the current vibe and reaction from this community on AI, period. And so I was able to utilize that. I'm sorry I couldn't invite the ambassadors for your reactions early. We really wanted to try and be able to release this after getting all of our communications approved and doing everything. I think it was a really complicated rollout for this one. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to include the ambassadors early on this one. So my apologies to you guys.
And that's where I'm convinced that it's just all Amazon, right? As we could assume. But this fucking sucks for her. This sucks for her, right? The rollout was complicated, tight-lipped. You can hear that she is saying, basically, I couldn't do anything about this, and we could not use anything else to convince to have any kind of discussion about how this was rolled out. it's a deliberate ignoring because they know. And this is not the first time that we have heard ambassadors either not be used or not be listened to when they have spoken up. Part of it was what was the more recent one? When they were talking, was it about the stream? Was it about squad? No, it was about super bits, I believe, also again with the super bits fiasco. With a lot of ambassadors saying like, hey, this is kind of breaking stuff if we're testing this and we don't really like it. There was that time a long time ago about the kind of ambassadors that they allowed and gave attention to, and then like there was a split on how to think about it. So they kind of created more of like a similar think tank of sorts. But I don't know anything about the ambassadors. I hear nothing from the ambassadors. I see no content from the ambassadors. That's because the ambassadors are creators. They have their own jobs they got to do on top of this. They don't get anything for being an ambassador, my understanding, other than just being known as an ambassador. In fact, I haven't seen people be excited about Front Page. Maybe it's just the group I'm following. It could just be that. But like, remember when Front Page, ambassadorship, the guilds program, like this used to be exceptionally exciting and kind of want to aim for? I know some people in guilds. I know some people who have been Front Page or who have gone into programs. It just doesn't feel like it's really a thing you look for anymore. Just like Twitch Partner, right? Twitch Partner just seems like a fucking trap. It just seems bad. And I'm not saying that as a person who wants to be content with my concurrent viewer average not grow to look and be partner worthy. I'm going on year 12 with this. I'm in this. But when you hear stuff like this, and the wording that she's using, it really tells you, which we could already assume, Twitch is not there for you regardless of the size unless you are making them the biggest. You got to be Kaisen it. You got to be the bigger names. I can't even think of any of the bigger Speed. You got to be those people. That's it. You got to be them or they don't care. And we knew that. But all of these initiatives to try and fix that are just not being utilized or being underutilized or being flat out contradicted without what seems to be proper communications. So this sucks. This sucks for her. This sucks that she had to deliver that. Imagine if you made Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, have to deliver that statement. I did not talk. She said we as well. I could see it as kind of like a defense way for her to be like, I'm just going to lump it in so they don't target her specifically. I kind of wish that she said like, I tried to do it. To also, as much as she wants to be safe, I wish she would stand out from everybody else and make a point in saying, I tried to do this. I wanted to do this. I was not allowed to do this. I had to be tight-lipped about it. I found like this situation is complicated and I want, like if she had taken it and been kind of the person to stand up with the ambassadors, maybe it's just a word choice in the act of it. And a lot of this is just being answered on the spot. So, wording is not going to be fully fleshed out or practiced. But I kind of just wish like if we could rewind to this and I want to kind of just hear her interpretations. Hopefully it's her. I don't mean to misgender, but they don't have genders. They don't have pronouns on stream. Interesting. But yeah, if Mary if I could go back and just ask, would you have stood up right then and there over especially Minton basically reading out of the corporate asshole Green Book 101, right? If he was reading out of the handbook and you just stood up right there and said like, I wanted to, I so wanted to. This could have been a really, really empowering opportunity to show that someone who's ahead is just unable to deliver a powerful message in the moment. And it's kind of sucky. Also, nice Barnacle Bay SpongeBob house. Yeah.
Bobo asks, will we be able to opt out of comments on clips if we do not want to police or moderate it?
Yes. I think we can.
99%. Yeah, I'm 99% certain that's true, but
You can already do
the
that.
article should be linked. There may be staff in chat that actually knows the answer, but I'm pretty sure that is a feature that you can turn off if you don't want to use it.
Internal enigmas in chat. I'm suddenly getting flashback feelings of my old corpo phone job when I had angry customers on the line with me.
Okay, I think this is another comment one.
Oh yeah, someone's asking
Which
about the
comment
GDPR laws.
with this comment feature, we
About
as
what's gonna
creators
happen with
cannot
that.
delete these comments. They have to be downvoted. No, you have full control
No,
over
you can
deleting
delete,
comments.
yes.
Yeah, you can delete comments.
And
can
so does
delete
your
comments.
moderators.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just
I'm
going
looking
to
at
get
video
through
chat, yeah.
all the ones that are on comments because they're here. Will downvoting negatively impact a video's visibility?
That's not gonna move on.
Will comments have auto mod on clips? We're going to go back to the training now, Minton. Spooky
Yeah.
Biscuits asks, have my VODs already been used for training?
Hold. Hi, Rio. This is another clip that I saw. I need you to note. Watch again. Go back into the mind of a public speaker. Go back into the mind of someone who is about being there. Watch.
Spooky Biscuits asks, have my VODs already been used for training?
I twitch. Stare. Open wide. Twitch.
In
Stutter.
terms of, I don't actually know the answer to that question because I don't know
Deflect.
what Amazon Amazon in this case has done in terms of model training and what they've used and not used.
Say that again.
In terms of, I don't actually know the answer to that question because I don't know what Amazon Amazon in this case has done in terms of model training and what they've used and not used.
So once again, the question was, have they scraped? I'm assuming scrape means just goes through the site and takes the data. I think that's what that means. Have they scraped the videos for usage of generative AI? And he answers, he is not sure what Amazon has done with this. Remember that originally this GenAI that he said is a tool for Twitch. And it's going to be, he's going to say it, it's going to be present and future use. Present and future use. That's going to come up. You're going to see it again. You're going to hear it soon because I know where this is going. From analyzing debate classes and public speaking, when you make a face like that, and that's panic. That is panic. I bet you he does know. Or I bet you he knows that if he can't answer this question, he's fucked. Like he is royally fucked. That he's going to start a riot, which is already, everybody's already there with the pitchforks. Everybody's already ready to bust down your door. And this is the worst way for you
in terms of,
to show that you probably know
Spooky
something.
Biscuits, we're going to go back to the training now.
This is a hero
Minton.
question.
Spooky Biscuits asks, have my VODs already been used for training?
And the fact that he does not do like a, can you repeat the question? He doesn't take the time. He would think that he would delay. He would do something to try and answer because this is a big fucking question, which they asked and they kind of like moved around because it wasn't asked this way. Yeah, it's the mouth pull immediately and the stutter afterwards. He keeps going because he knows he can't sit there. It'll be too obvious. So he has to make a move. He has to say something.
In terms of, I don't actually know the answer to that question.
And that's an easy way to dismiss a debate.
Because I don't know what Amazon Amazon in this case has done in terms of model training and what they've used and not used.
Which means that Amazon has had access to our videos because he says we don't know what they may have used it for, which means that he can kind of confirm that they may or may not have had access, which means they've been doing it. So, yeah, sure. Present and future Gen AI will be exempt from my channel. But they already have my 11 years. They've got my shit. They've trained off of me for 11 years. You could see me on the like an AI ad for Papa John's Pizza. My voice when I did the Tennessee Lumberjack Company advertisement. Hey, Boykes, how was your birthday, man? Did you have fun last week? I don't know why you hated yourself and played by number 9 a couple of days ago for your birthday. I don't know why I said last week. It was 2 days ago. But that looked like bad. I'm sorry. That game looked exactly how how people describe it. I'm happy you did that. I went to the concert. Oh, cool. Which concert was it? Yeah, but you see, officer, he didn't. Which makes it even worse. Yeah, that's fair, Rio. That's fair. You take it easy. We're breaking it down. We have an entire, this will all be up in VOD. I might just upload this uncut. I might just actually upload this whole thing on YouTube. I was thinking about like making more specific, like broken down. I might just throw this up entirely with maybe some slight cuts to take out breaks and shit like that. Because this is way more than what the things have been showing in. Yes, I know. The mountain goats? I've never heard of them. Like, yes, no, I understand that the stutter is not as important as a long pause, right? I get it, right? Yeah, I've been saying the whole time, Boykes, I feel bad for Mary Kish. This should be Dan Clancy.
Opting out removes.
This should be Dan Clancy, right? Bussy was right. This should be where's the Bussy tweet? It should be Dan Clancy for something this big, right? They're paid enough to do this. I understand that they are not public speakers first and foremost. You know that I'm a hard ass when it comes to if you're ever going to have to do any forward-facing speaking, whether you're a police chief, a business owner, anything like that, where you're ever going to be put on a mic, I feel like you should have some form of formal training. Bringing in people like this, right? Chief product officer, yeah, sure. He works at a computer 9 to 5, whatever. He does the coding. He's a tech jockey. He comes in and he's just giving his opinions. But for something this important, being an amateur not only brings up more skepticism and more conspiracy theories about it, but reveals even worse realizations when people who are great debaters or great discussionists, whatever you call them, people who can talk well, unlike me apparently, this is where you struggle. This is where it should be up to the honchos, the big honchos, to be able to speak confidently, whether they are restricted or not. Because if he's restricted, he can say what he said before about, I'm not sure about Amazon. But he works for Twitch, and the question was about Twitch. What the hell? Is that a spider just landed? Son of a bitch. Yeah, little asshole. Landed right on my light. I saw it because this red glowing thing just went boop. Gross. Yes, and I understand that, officer. I get that, and I'm like, I can't fix that, right? I can't fix that. And again, these guys are trying to sound like Twitch is trying to sound like the prodigal son, where because they added an opt out button when the industry standard is not to, right? Is not convincing. It's not even impressive. Again, they're investing in something that is dying. They're investing, like, they're behind, and then they're investing into death, because that's what Amazon does. Amazon's a shit company for a reason. Remember, this guy just said that sweatshops are okay. He literally admitted it doesn't matter about how it's built or what it uses, as long as the end result is good, is out there, is profitable. He said that. He literally said that in this VOD. It's saved. It'll be on YouTube. It's going to be clipped all over the fucking place. It should be. Like, I don't understand. I do understand. I don't get how you can talk that confidently and then fumble this. Like, you're the chief. Be a chief. I don't know, man.
Your previously collected content from future training, and it makes make sure your content isn't used in future generative AI training. So I would, and I think it works immediately. So I would turn it on ASAP.
Yeah, but let's. I mean, I think again, let's try to level set here.
And again, here you go, right? Like I said, I feel bad for her. Just like how she had to talk about the ambassadors, same thing there. Bold statement to make about a Twitch feature, to say you should disable it ASAP, right? Saying, like, if you don't like it, disable it ASAP. And he's already trying to level it out to keep people like, hey, hold on, maybe people will come around to this and be okay with Gen AI, right? You know what's going on here.
When you think
And
of
we
the
know
people
that.
that provide frontier models to the internet and are doing this at very large scale, Amazon is not one of those companies, turns out.
But they want to be.
Ones that most
That's
people
why they're
are
using
familiar
Twitch.
with are going to be, Chat GPT or OpenAI, to be specific, and Anthropic and Claude, et cetera. I think the honest answer here is, like, if models were trained on your VOD, it may or may not even have been.
Also, another slight, again, might be an over observation. She's becoming visibly uncomfortable. I think at this point, not because of I think it's because she wants to say so much more, but you can tell that she's starting to fidget. She's not looking up as much. She's looking back and forth quite a bit. Her mouth is starting to do a little bit of a back and forth motion. I feel like because they're on two sides of the same, they're on different sides of this thing. Again, this should be Dan Clancy. It should be.
Amazon.
It
It was
just should be.
likely any one of as I said earlier, dozens of companies that are creating models that are using any publicly available content they can find.
This next question is from Ratters. Did the anti-Gen AI user voice have any impact on the rollout of the Gen AI update? No. Mostly just want to know if user voice did anything.
By the way, with the user voice, I put my name on it. User voice was successful in some cases. It did get some things filled out. You know what I'm curious about? I'm curious about how big this one was versus other user voices that have had significant impact on topics like this. I wonder if we can see that. Can I see that? Oh, Jesus Christ. Why can't I? How do I find user voice? User voice, Twitch. Okay, I'm just going to click Twitch AI. Like, I just want to find user voice. Why can't I find user voice? Here we go. No, that's how you opt out. Sign the user voice. User voice. Oh, I gotta sign in again. Yeah. I just want to see if I can see this. Hot. Okay, let's take a look at the hot things here. Okay, here we go. AI data training, leave generative AI training out, deprecate stream streaks and transition to a check-in system. I wouldn't mind that either. Incentivize enhanced broadcasting. Shame on you guys for generating trained AI. Okay, 245. So this one had about 13,000. Try to see if we have some of the top ones here. My feedback? Let's see. Can I see which ones I voted on? No? What the hell's the point in the site then? Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So I voted on some big ones. Okay? Not all the big ones, but I definitely voted on some big ones. The Make AI features optional, opt out by default. This one's at 15.6 thousand votes. Compared to the accessibility warning tags for games, which was part of the put the censorship over the nudity thing. I was a part of the 844 of that. Closed captioning was 1,000. Oh, blur thumbnails. Here we go. Blur thumbnails, 160. Now, that nudity thing, there again, this is usually split up into multiple cross, so there could have been a bigger one that people could have voted on. Even if these are not looked at in a serious way or have very little impact with petitions, whatever you want to believe about petitions, right? Sometimes it's just an easy way for people to interact with it. If I'm looking at closed caption, I'm looking at blur thumbnails for things with sexual themes, and they pale in comparison to this one vote about these AI features. You would think that this would matter a lot, right? Yeah, exactly, Blake. No, I know Amazon's not going to be, Amazon's going to tell them, like, don't fucking listen to people, right? Because it's going to be a no. It's just going to be a no. But it's just curious that this is a bigger example. Just because this question comes up, I really want this fucking ticker thing to go away. Can I turn you off? This is so bad. Like, stop showing this fucking top 3 shit. It keeps cycling. It's actually terrible. It keeps flickering and breaking my chat. Holy shit, man. Twitch, fix that before you do anything else, yeah? Okay. But, let's just see what it says.
Thank you. Routers, yes. I read this user voice. There are other people who absolutely went through this user voice and it was used to impact what happened. I want to clarify like a distinction if there was like, this has been in the works for longer than a week. This has taken weeks, if not months, to put together.
No, you've talked about this for years, by the way. It's definitely been talked about in 2025, at least. No way it's been only weeks or months to do this.
Your voices and user voice absolutely matter. And as Minton was saying, I don't expect anyone to jump for joy or be happy about this, but what I'm saying is like the opt-out is a reflection of reacting to this community's voice that you are not.
No, it's not. He admitted that they were putting it in because it was already a revolutionary thing and they want to be the god kings of this entire movement of AI. So no, the answer is no, Mary Kish. The answer is no. You didn't user voice did nothing. You were already planning an opt-out because he said they were going to be the leaders and say, we're putting in an opt-out. He didn't mention the user voice when he said they put the opt-out feature in, because they said if they did opt in, nobody would do it. So how would the user voice impact that when we got the same fucking feature anyways?
Wanting to train GenAI models, and we want to give you that option. This toggle is a good example of hearing you.
No, it's not.
And doing something for that opinion. So yes, we did.
No, they didn't. You already said it was there. Did they not? Am I missing something here? Like literally, he said they were going to make it. God damn it. Chat, we have an ad break coming up. We're going to continue to go through this after the break. Thank you very much for watching. Yes, and they admitted that. And they also said, like, they admitted that, and they also said that they wanted to be the standout and say, well, it's the industry standard, we wanted to give you the choice. So they already showed us their benevolence by giving us that opt-out feature. Based on this guy's mentality, Minton would have been like, yeah, we're just going to send it like everybody else because Amazon said so. Daddy Bezos wants it. Or who the fuck runs Bezos now? I don't care. But like Daddy Amazon wanted that to be the case but they don't sell our data. Remember, he said flat fucking out. They both said Amazon doesn't sell data. Remember, they flat out fucking said that. So I think it's just, but that's the thing, Boyks. I don't think it's because of the user voice. They're asking specifically about whether or not that user voice is there. Yeah, everyone wants to drink the poison. Everyone should drink the poison. Everyone should jump off the cliff. It's the greatest thing you could do. Being high is amazing. Wow, awesome. By the way, repeat that one more time, please.
Let me opt in versus making me opt out. Well, there's an honest answer, and I think most of you probably can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt in, nobody would opt in.
Say it again.
Let me opt in versus making me opt out. Well, there's an honest answer, and I think most of you probably can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt in, nobody would opt in.
Thank you. So anyways, by giving us the button, they say that we have control over something that we didn't want. That's all. That's what it is. That had nothing to do with the user voice, because the question is about the user voice. No, the user voice did not prompt the opt-out button. Especially when she said that it takes weeks or months to implement this. The user voice started 2 days ago. Maybe, actually, when did this start? Let's get an official date on this. May 30th. This started May 30th. Oh, that's somebody in the chat here. Yeah, this started May 30th. There's no way in 3 months they were like, yeah, we're going to add this in. I just don't believe it. Again, I lose nothing from not believing it, right? I lose nothing from saying this was not, they did not add the opt-out because of the user voice. Because there's nothing gained from the contrary. There's literally, it's a non-win. Benevolence of the AI overlord, of the Gen AI overlord, or just another fucking slop thing. And by the way, just for the record, I have a plan that if this Gen AI stuff continues, I have a plan to move the content. I also have a plan to use up Twitch resources without giving them anything of value. And I will move my content. Because I want this to be run correctly. And I want this to be run because this bothers me to all fuck. It truly bothers me to no end. Like, I am already stressed out with the state of the world. I am stressed out with the state of the workforce, the state of our political spectrum, the state of everything that is happening. I come to this place because I can have a human experience with people around the world, make them laugh, give them a little bit of fun, so they can go back into the gloom and not want to not see another sunrise. So to hear that the platform, the human platform, wants to reduce us to learning models, as he said, and turn us into the one thing that we are not, which is AI powered, threatens the fabric of creativity and of humanity. And I don't like putting panic into people. I don't like telling people you should be, quote unquote, like you should be worried, like you're always supposed to be thinking about this. This is one of those topics where you should be worried about this. But also, the worry can be combated with awareness and with action. Because at the end of the day, you cannot recover once they remove the human. And that will be my story after I take a small break, because I have a story about what happened in teaching when it came to AI. And I can tell you what was happening even 10 years ago, before this whole AI fucking explode, this Gen AI explosion shit, right? Just when it was called AI, right? Just when tech was being forced into schools. I can tell you a great story that reminds me of this, which is what hits extra hard for me, because I've already experienced the threat of being replaced by something inferior that once again attacks the human. Okay, so I'm going to take a small break. The ads are already done, but when we come back, we're going to talk more about this.
Let me opt in versus making me opt out. Well, there's an honest answer, and I think most of you probably can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt in, nobody would opt in.
See you soon. Okay. Let's get back into it. Let's take a quick mental check, right? It's a heavy topic. I'm getting very passionate about it. That can obviously flare emotions. I don't want to aggravate people and just become overpassionate and just start arguing emotionally, right? Yeah, there you go. There, the breathe in, the breathe out. The Oh, he knows. He knows, Kami. He knows, man. GenAI does use LLMs as part of its process, but it needs to orchestrate. Hard to explain the difference. Our process language, just process language specifically. Okay. Okay, we could do this. There's only, if you could believe it, 35 more minutes.
Violet Grimoire, there was a 13K user voice asking for it to be opt-in originally. Did you use that? Yes, but I'm gonna caveat that user voice was constructed before that, and it's not actually, the user voice wasn't asking for it to be opt-in originally. I think they were basically, a lot of the user voices, no AI, more options with AI. We just don't like AI, and we absolutely did address that and read it and utilize it for our.
Did she just say that it didn't ask for it to be like that was before this and didn't opt? Because I have it right here. And this one says, make all AI features optional and opt out by default. Please repeat yourself so I could be confirmed that whether or not you actually just lied. Please.
Asking for it to be opt-in originally. Did you use that? Yes, but I'm gonna caveat that user voice was constructed before that, and it's not actually, the user voice wasn't asking for it to be opt-in originally. I think they were basically, a lot of the user voices, no AI, more options with AI. We just don't like AI, and we absolutely did address that and read it and utilize it for our feedback. Options with AI, we just don't like AI, and we absolutely did address that and read it and utilize it for our feedback and the way that we adopted this rollout. I know that's not a satisfying.
I don't actually know, Boix, if it can be edited. Let me see. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. So that is quite possible. Because if they were saying to not opt in, because it's different, right? Saying to not opt in and then putting add opt out by default is a different thing said. Also, for God's sake, use the comma correctly. Grammar man, take it back a notch. It's okay, dude. The comma is sacred. We can syntax later. It's okay, dude. It's okay. When Questmaster 1.0 comes out, we're gonna do all the syntaxing. We're gonna learn all the code. We're gonna make really cool shit. Just let them use the comma incorrectly, okay? Just let them use the comma incorrectly. Okay, stop. It's okay. It's all right, man. My left hand is very, very passionate about the usage of commas. The proper usage of commas. You understand? Okay. Yes, they can be edited. So this could be correct.
Result, but yes, I swear we did read it and we did use it.
Which still doesn't matter.
Will channels who remain opted in be labeled for audiences as such? How do we know if a user has it on or not?
Yeah, I mean, that'll depend on the feature, I suppose, but there won't be any label. Probably the clearest indication would be viewer-facing features like stream summary, where it will be clear to the viewer whether you're opted into that feature.
That question doesn't make any sense. Everything is decided by the person.
And how it's, noted, etc. but
Yeah,
trying to
that's
think of
not
any
gonna
other
affect it.
examples. Like it's going to mostly be when a view.
Black Cat asked, why did Amazon and Twitch not use existing content models? Why is Amazon choosing to create a proprietary model? Let's start with those. There's more questions, but do you want to start with those?
Yeah. So for Twitch purposes, to be clear, we are almost exclusively using existing content models. When we train models specifically, they're not generative AI models. They are models that are more in what we would call a machine learning model, which outputs a score or a number or something like that. We do train those type of models for specialized safety use cases, et cetera.
Which is
But when
fine.
we're doing content understanding, things like what's being said in the stream and creating a transcript from it, we are using an off-the-shelf model. It's not a proprietary model.
Business asks, honest question.
Okay. That I don't think that answered the question. He just answered like what kind of model they were using, but that didn't answer the question like why do we need to switch over to a generative AI stats. He's just saying what they do now. So okay, that's at least you did something right and evaded the question again.
Who's this for? I don't see it benefiting content creators. I see it used to replace you. I do think we can say something about that. I don't think any of our use cases are to replace you, replace your voice, replace your character, any of that stuff. Minton, can you elaborate on that?
Except you can, because that's what it can do and has done.
No, I don't. The question was replacing streamers. I already answered that question. We're not.
Yeah.
That's not our effort here. Is on the content creation side of replacing streamers. We have no plans, no efforts, and generally think that's a terrible idea as it relates to where we should focus our energy. Our energy is really around helping our creators be more effective, helping our creators.
How? He's doing it again. He said it's going to not. It's not about replacing creators. So then why is it happening on the Twitch side? What is what is it, man? Is it a Twitch learning model or is it an Amazon learning model? What the fuck is this? What is the answer?
Work harder in terms of keeping their community safe and creating content. Again, examples there, we used autoclip. Many smaller streamers don't have clips at the end of their stream. Well, that's kind of not great when clips are so important for both on Twitch and off Twitch discovery. So we created autoclips as one example that makes sure that now that went from half of those streamers didn't to almost 85% plus did have clips.
But is clip creation generative AI? No, because we made the content that can be clipped. Having a program that clips it for you is not that, right? Yeah, exactly, Kami. They can't, though. They can't. That's the point. It doesn't. That's what he's been avoiding the whole time. And I said that before, too, boy, because he was talking about the stream summary. And my argument to it is, it literally helps the lowest of the low who cannot write a 300-character description of themselves, right? It helps next to no one. It is merely a testing ground to see what kind of AI tool they can get away with that won't piss off enough people. Yes, and that too, Damon. That's exactly what the average creator has the tools for. They spent so much time on the highlighter, on the Twitch highlight, the VOD highlighter, the clipping. Like, they gave us vertical clipping, and then they put in auto captions. You could turn that off. I turned that off, but there are auto captions to help people out. Like, I don't understand why he's using clips. Clips are not generative AI, to my understanding, because they're not designing shit off of that. Kami, thanks for the gifted sub decay. Also, hope your day is well, Damon. We've been ranting for hours. This is the true icebreaker for Evie Silkas. Fuck, this is the full day for that. Oh, I have my thing off on this page, but thank you very much, Kami. I very much appreciate that. That's gonna go right into my. No, I just watched a video about alcohol's bad this morning, so No, it's not going into the alcohol jar. I'm chugging Orange Crush from now on, baby. C+ all the way. Give me that 5 Alive orange juice and nice shot of white sugar. Woo! But AI is fine if it's generative AI, different, and you're not like you know what I mean. There's like AI itself is not bad. Gen AI is the bad one, right? Anything that is taking and repurposing and using without your permission is bad. That's the simple line. Then you work out all the gray areas, nuances from there. They have that. I just found that today. Boykes. I guess at some point I said, hey, Twitch, clip that. Now let's see if it turned off, by the way. Twitch, clip that. Twitch, clip that. Twitch, clip that. Hey, Twitch. Hey, Twitch. Hey, Twitch. Twitch, clip that. You know what that could be related to? The League of Legends character Twitch, and they could clip him with an ult. Hey, Twitch, clip that ult. It's not doing it. I turned it off, see? Oh my god, my chat moved because of this stupid fucking ticker. I thought it actually did. Sure, I mean, you know, I don't know enough about what you're doing with it, Damon, and you're not my employer either, right? So if you're not making money off of it and you're not stealing from people's monetary things, which again, I don't know how your model works because I have heard of ethical ways of having these things, like proposed things. Like my biggest concern is we have a mega corporation here. We have a mega corporation and a person who designed this who cannot tell us where this model and for what purpose this model is learning. Like, we don't understand if it's for Twitch, why is nothing being talked about for Twitch? And why is everything so mysterious about Amazon? Because he doesn't know. But he's saying both it's going to help Twitch creators, but it's not going to do anything to or for Twitch creators. Which means that it's not for Twitch, it's for Amazon. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean,
at the end of their stream. So that was improving the.
I want you to be able to eat food. You're not a multi-billionaire who's literally holding people down by the neck, telling them, do Gen AI or I'll shoot you and dump you into the Chinese, you know, shoemaking factories that this guy was, you know, selling out before. So, you know, you have to make a buck. Sometimes you got to do evil in order to do good, right?
Lives of those streamers that decided to use that tool. Captions on clips are another really good example. Captions on clips are a much better viewer experience. You can understand what's going on with volume off, and you know, it's a better experience for viewers. Another good example of like.
See, that's a good example. The clip thing, not really, because we can make our own clips and they gave us tools for that. The captions is a more complicated thing. Usually you're doing it post-editing, right? You're doing it in the editing features. You have to take your clip, put into another program. I'd have to pay for the program to do the captions. Captions is a good thing. It's accessibility, just like you have on Twitch. This is a good example of that. Again, I don't know if it's Gen AI doing that. I turn it off because I just don't want my voice on that because I don't need my voice on it, right? I've got it for captions, and that's because captions is an accessibility feature. It has to use my voice. But like, this actually makes sense to talk about. Why mention clips? Clips are done by us, by viewers, by fucking vocal if you have the thing on, right? Like, comparing the clips to this is a very strange thing because captions and clips are things we've been doing for a long time, for years, for the average semi-experienced streamer, or just someone who can read a fact page, a help page on how to clip, right? Like, the fucking button is everywhere. It's in my chat box. I can say it. I have other people who can push. I got a button on my creator dashboard. Like I can clip anywhere I want. I can clip this right now. I can do all of that. But then saying captions is more complicated because of the amount of effort that does go into it after the fact, or the cost. You're saving cost by doing auto captions. Those two don't link up. I don't think I just don't think it's a proper comparison other than outside of like, yeah, these are AI features we've given you. Okay, but that's not, we're still talking about Gen AI.
Where the use of AI is helpful.
Again, you're not talking about
helpful
GenAI,
for
you're just saying
creators,
AI.
helpful for the viewer.
Yeah,
and
AI.
that's, again, we keep emphasizing that part of it, discovery and safety is really.
He is once again just repeating the AI that we've been using has been helpful for you. Mixed results, mixed opinions on that. Not a single thing about the generative AI training. Not a single thing.
Things where we're most focused in terms of improving the lives of the community, improving the community experience on Twitch.
I think this is kind of connected to another one of the questions that Nine Lives Black Cat asked. So I'm going to go back to their comment that had several questions in it. One of them was, why frame this as being about accessibility and community? That feels really misleading. It is not my intention to mislead you in any way. I think when we have these conversations, it's really immediate and sometimes reactive, and this makes sense to me because you don't like AI in any form of it. And so we see a lot of chat that's just like, no AI in any
here
form.
we go. Yeah. All right. Yeah, here we go, boys. That's right. Start growing the viewers for being anti-AI. We're at that point in the discussion. Now we're starting to get, I froze it on an Angie face. She's getting frustrated, which means the pressure's getting to her because, like we said, we feel bad. I feel bad for her in this position. He still has the same fucking look. He still has the same look. It's like, shit, did I really say those things before? Oh, Christ. Oh, God damn it, man. But yeah, now she's gonna go, let me guess, she's gonna jump on the anti-AI people and tell them that they're the problem, this is why we can't push forward, right? Is that what's gonna happen? Please tell me it's not.
I don't want it. And I hear you, we're not trying to distract you or, make light of this, but I do want you to recognize that AI is used when we have a community of this size and at this scale to help us be more efficient.
Yeah.
And it can be used for safety features and for community building features that you like. So it is important to have that nuance.
No,
So
this is not nuance. You're talking about two different things again. You're talking about AI, which is useful and accessibility. We're talking about Gen AI, which is garbage, bloated, and belongs up my ass. Like, so that I can projectile shit it out with the rest of my disease. Like, you are once again conflating the problem. You are confusing what we're talking about. You didn't read the user voice. You're not reading what people are saying in chat. And you're also not giving credit to those who are spreading out between AI and Gen AI, who are talking about accessibility features that we know. We know you have to use AI in some way. We use a fucking computer since the 80s and 90s. We've used AI. This is a different form of AI. This is the one we don't want because you won't tell us who or what it's being used for. You're just saying we have it. So I'm going to shove the Italian back down.
To trick you or anything like that. But there is a difference between training.
And there you go, right in chat, right? Right there in chat. Immediately when I said that, the next message that popped out, nobody is talking about that. We're talking about Gen AI. Like, literally, we don't care. The people who understand the issues that we have are not complaining that computers have a built-in AI. I don't complain that when I play Yu-Gi-Oh! On my Game Boy Advance, when the Exodia guy just pulls Exodia, I go, fuck AI. No, fuck that AI. But that AI exists so that I can play my Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. We're not complaining about the AI that we've used and that we need to make systems work. We're complaining about the generative AI that steals our stuff and gives it to someone else that apparently won't sell it. Which is such an absolutely wild thing that I think that might be almost like this guy almost like saying that about the product, like we don't care how we do it. I feel like that Amazon not selling data is at the top 3 of the most ridiculous things they could have said on this entire live stream so far. Like, I can't believe they tried to touch on, no, it's very strict against Amazon policies to sell your data. Like, there's no fucking shot Amazon can't be that popular and know when you flip to a page what products you're looking for without them selling your fucking data. Like there's no fucking way. Or buying your data or selling it. Like, we'll buy a bunch of it. If they won't sell it, please.
AI gen models and AI on Twitch. And so
yes, and that's what we want you to speak about
when I
is
talked to the
GenAI.
investors about it this morning, they were like, we're not stupid. We know the difference. And I
Okay,
don't
cool.
mean to make it sound like we think you're stupid or that you don't understand.
Despite the fact you now put it in everyone's minds, because again, I thought you were like again, head of community saying we don't think you're stupid after you started talking about like now we're starting to get a bit of here with the AI, with the anti-AI shenanigans. Like you're flip-flopping. You've lost it. You're done now. You're toast.
But I do think there are people out there that don't fully grasp that difference, or they
I don't
basically
think you
combine
do
them as
either.
I just don't like AI. I don't think we can function without some forms of AI, and that's why you can't opt out of some of them. And so I apologize for that, but it is a distinction we have to bring up.
And we've been making that distinction for you. Fuck, man. Jesus Christ. We understand the okay, you know what I feel like? This was like being in elementary school when I had to stand out there with other morons in my classes, because I generally got the bad classes for some fucking reason. And they had to explain to us how to line up. Like, we had to stand out in the cold and we would line up. And they're like, you're not a perfect line, everybody tuck in, and all this other shit. And they're trying to explain to us what a line is. And the problem wasn't the line. The problem was it was cold and we just wanted to go inside, and we were taking our dear sweet fucking time because we're being safe, and everybody's freezing their goddamn brains off. So, of course, people aren't lining up. But they keep just trying to explain to us what a line looks like. They're doing the same thing here. They're trying to explain to us that the AI that they've given us is not the AI that we're upset about. We know that. Just tell us about the Gen AI. The moment that you have to start going into the, look, I don't think you're stupid, right? Here's a personal example. I don't think my sisters are stupid. I don't think you're stupid. But I just want you to know that this distinction is important. So if the distinction is important, why aren't you making that distinction between the AI and the generative AI? You've used the term incorrectly multiple times. Same thing with this guy. He's also used the term incorrectly. There could be slips, but there can also be not fixing what you're saying. And then you're just going around in circles. This is an hour and 20 minutes. You are going to spend 1 hour of these 80 minutes, 60 of these 80 minutes, circling the same fucking post and actually digging a hole with how many things you are saying and how many admissions or inability to even PR speak. And you're just making it so much worse than it already is, and you still can't tell us what this model works for. Just say it's for Amazon. Just say they want to sell our shit. Just do it. That's all we want. You've already admitted your policy on how you make stuff. You may as well go all the way.
Yeah, and I'll I think it's both true that I saw a recent survey that said more than half of adults now use some form of AI on a daily basis.
Yes, and you know what that is? Not us. A survey and now here we go with the fucking testimonials and lack of proof. Some survey that I read, half of users use some form of AI. Well, no shit, there is AI in everything. You don't have a choice in that. However, what is the usage on generative AI?
Usage is as high as it's ever been.
Which again is the same thing when I see, record-breaking Pokemon sales. That's cool. How many potential players? Oh, cool. They're breaking records. Awesome. What's the percentage of the player base that bought it? Yes. Yeah, cool. Bigger number. What's the percentage of the total? Well, how much could they have had? How many players came back? Is it the same percentage? Because then there are more people in the world. I hope the numbers go up. Oh, you mean when something runs out in supply, the price goes up? Gee, when more things have more AI features in them, do more people on average use AI? I hear that 100% of people that jump in a pool get wet. Yeah, exactly, Boykes. Yeah, we don't need discs because 60% of users buy digital games with our cheaper digital-only console. Yeah. Wow, that's so interesting, Boykes. Wow, the CD died because suddenly computers didn't have a CD drive. Really? Why would that be? No way. Uh-oh. Wait, did you get it? Oh, yay! My girlfriend got another interview. Happy news today. Again, it's the pull in the bike. Don't you guys have phones? What do you mean you don't like Diablo Mobile? What the fuck you mean you don't like that? But you guys all have. Don't you guys have phones? Oh, vinyl's super expensive. Don't you guys have vinyl record players? I'm gonna cry. Okay, continue, please.
You wouldn't know
Spew
that
your bullshit.
from reading Twitch chat, of course, but that is a general population type
Yeah,
study.
see, again, he did the same fucking thing. Listen to him again. Listen to him again. He's doing the same thing that Mary just did, where they're starting to get personal with it, right? You don't need to. You never need to unless you feel threatened.
It's usage is as high as it's ever been. Now, you wouldn't know that from reading Twitch chat, of course, but
like, what is that? Why say that? What is the it's to intimidate. It's to separate the us from them. It's to make us look like the assholes. We're the problem. No, we're trying to be the solution. We're trying to be the change, and we're not against AI. There are people who legitimately, like myself for a long time, and still to an extent, don't fully understand the AI bubble. We don't understand the entire encompassing aspects of AI. However, people who are educated and listen and pay attention. We know that AI is in things that we've used for a long time because it's not generative. It's the generative AI that we are concerned about. And that's what people in Twitch chat are talking about. So you are correct. You wouldn't know it from Twitch chat because Twitch chat isn't talking about the AI that you're talking about. There's the odd person who just uses the blanket term AI to describe all AI features, which is unrealistic. Unfortunately, those people are out of the conversation because they're not using the correct terms. We are saying Gen AI. You are telling us a usage of AI, my dude. This is like, yeah, we just know better than you. That's exactly what he's saying. He's saying it like what we're saying is wrong. It's the Skinner meme. I'm not out of touch. It's the children that are wrong. But you're talking about the wrong thing. You're telling me how to bake a fucking pie when I have donuts in my hand. When I have the ingredients for a pasta dish. We're talking about two different fucking things, my man. Talk about what we're talking about for once. You're hearing, but you're not listening.
That is a general population type study. It's also...
And also, he's diving into the whole dodo mentality, where he's like, oh, because everybody's doing it, you should too. Didn't we do an entire thing on just because you wouldn't steal a car, you wouldn't steal a DVD, right, guys? Nobody should be using LimeWire. Nobody should be like, just because your parents smoke doesn't mean you should. This guy's being the cool uncle where he's like, yeah, I did crack cocaine, you should too. And I don't think that's too big of an exaggeration considering how life-altering Gen AI can actually be, because it doesn't even take into account the fact that, one, this was not put to our terms and services. I didn't agree to it. It's just part of our thing where they can change. We got no consultation with it. Of course, for independent contractors, I'm sure there's not enough I've read in there to actually know that. That's why I'm not speaking about it. But this could affect things. This could affect livelihoods. This could affect safety. I'm worried for women, for people part of the LGBTQ community. I'm worried for people of color. I'm worried for how all of this shit can be used and sold and reapplied. I'm worried for people who are very profitable on Twitch who can now be used for free and be removed from that. I'm worried for people my size who lose opportunities because they don't need us to fight for opportunities anymore. He's mentioned none of these things. He has none of these concerns because at the end of the day, what was it again?
My VOD's already been used for training.
What was this again? One more time?
You can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt-in, nobody would opt in. True that the anxiety and anger about AI is as high as ever. And those two things, are in conflict. Our bet is that in the long run, the concerns of creators and all the participants within the ecosystem will be addressed, and that in the same way that past technology transformations had concerns that were addressed over time. And that by focusing on improving the experience for creators and viewers on Twitch, where it makes sense, and not everything makes sense. A lot of the use cases.
Fuck, man. Oh, Jesus. You'll understand when you're older, kids. You'll understand when you're older. This doesn't make sense. You couldn't possibly understand. I could teach you all of these things about the birds and the bees, but all you got is a penis that has no fucking clue what to do. You're not gonna get it. I can't tell you how we're gonna use your information. It's simply out of your scope of understanding. I barely get it. But you know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna make it better live. We're gonna do it fucking live. We're gonna make it good. You're missing your mafia hat, bro. Like, you couldn't possibly understand. You just work for us. We're gonna apply it to you. That's it. Jesus Christ. You know? Say it again.
Participants within the ecosystem will be addressed, in the same way that past technology transformations had concerns that were addressed over time. And that
this is like
by
a live
focusing
service
on
game.
improving,
We sent Superman 64 into the market. We let people suffer. You just don't want to put a complete product out.
We talked about, like content creation specifically, is one that we just
back in our day, a game was complete when it came out. God damn it! We accepted the little blemishes.
Understand what's going on.
Now we got shit like Mighty Number 9.
Find the content and creators and communities they want to be a part of. It helps creators have clips where they may not have had community members create clips for them, or it annotates a VOD in a way that makes it easy to scrub a VOD and find clippable moments later.
He has no other talking points. This is the size of his talking points.
And then
this is what he wrote it on.
It makes
not a paper
of your moderators easier.
This is all he has to say,
because we're able to do a much better job.
Nothing else.
The human element,
as
makes
the chief
a much better job of identifying harmful content in chat, so that humans can focus their time on the things that are more nuanced and require more judgment.
It's not fucking nuanced.
That's just like helpful context, and hopefully gives you a lot of just examples. I think sometimes we just need some additional examples to understand why some of these things are more.
She's struggling so fucking hard, man. Oh shit. Other than that one weird stint of her getting frustrated and somewhat taking it out on creators, it's for the record, if you're watching this on YouTube or whatever, right? Or if you're watching this now, I'm not trying to critique them as characters or as people or as anything like that, right? I want to believe that the way that we move forward as a society, as a species, as people in 2026, when we are trying to break away from everything, from this enormous feeling of everything is on our shoulders and it keeps getting piled, right? We can shoulder all of these things. The problem is that we are shouldering all of the extra baggage that is thrown on top of these things, because it's no longer, or it hasn't ever been, about whether or not we democratically can discuss as a society what we want, right? We have representatives, those representatives hopefully win for us, and then we get what we vote for, right? That hasn't happened in centuries. But it's now to the point where these kinds of decisions are entering the days of almost, I'm not going to make that comparison because that's inappropriate. We are having cultural shifts with identity of the human, right? The human identity in a technological sense, but also from a humanities side, right? These kinds of issues just reflect other issues that we've had when it comes to properly identifying what creates the human experience, and now threatens the very existence of almost any human being, right? We've already seen atrocities of the past, and these cannot compare. But this is another layer of shit that can stack on top and feel very heavy. And the people that we're talking to are saying stuff like this. They're just repeating themselves. They're just saying that, yeah, it's not a good idea. You're right. So what? Like this is the kid ripping up your money and asking like, hey, kid, stop that. And they're going, no. And they keep ripping up the money. You take the money away and they just bring out other money to keep ripping up. I understand, Kami. You have a great day, man. This is a very heavy stream. This is a very heavy stream. Like this just like this entire era of the feeling that we've been having since the early 2010s, not even just defined politically, just defined in general by Gen Alpha and Gen Z. Not their fault, but defined with their birth and their existence in the world, has just felt like we are doing a lot of stupid things for stupid reasons that benefit an extremely few number of people, except it has no purpose whatsoever because we are smarter. So we see more issues, we work with more issues. And yet we continue to throw fuel on the fire that's burning our own asses. We're just doing it over and over and over again. It's no longer an environmental issue, an educational issue. This is just going everywhere. This is hitting yet another aspect of the human identity. And I think that's why this is such a hard thing to talk about, because it's just hard to say it, to continue to say it. It's hard to put into words what it might feel like for you to be not only in a lower socioeconomic status, not only lower according to society if you're a gender that is not propped up in society, if you're a race that's not propped up in society, if you come from a certain religious background, if you're not propped up from society. Like, there are all of these layers, and this is just another one of you are actually devalued to the point where these learning bots will take the favorites of what they take, of what they learn, and they will produce stuff that will not reflect the average person. They will not reflect diversity. They will reflect success. They will only reflect the success that is determined by their learning. That's the heavy part about this. And that's why it scares me. That's why, unfortunately, this is something that needs to be thought about and fought against nonstop. Because this is another attack, just another one that will always trickle down and be even more harmful to the vulnerable communities. And they're taking us for our entire selves. There is a world where this could not be real, that we are not real. That's not a world anymore. What the hell's crawling like that? That's why it scares me.
Or necessary, and also maybe why they're industry standard, or why you would see these across the board. Going to other sites, Googling your questions, all that stuff is being scraped, you guys, and it's a real rough time for AI and
oh yeah, AI's struggling for sure. Oh yeah. I know she means like it's a real rough time for us using AI. And again, you're absolutely correct. Except you're making the choice to join it. You're making the choice. Your company, Amazon, is making the choice to join the problem. So yes, you are hearing us, but you don't care because your company has told you, we're doing this, go fuck yourself. And that's the depressing part, because I don't want them to be out of a job and starve because of it. But this is how chained they are to this. This is how much they have to struggle to do this. But, you know, again, then there's these people too.
Well, there's an honest answer, and I think most of you probably can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt-in, nobody would opt in.
So, I mean, no, I don't feel bad for all of them. I feel bad for her. I don't feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for anybody who is supporting this, or who exists to benefit from this, or not, just to keep their job for the sake of keeping it, right? Like, this does not do anything. It doesn't. It's not creator focused. Just say it's a business decision. I would rather these guys say it's a business decision. Amazon wants your information. Spit in your face. Just do it, right? Just rip the bandage. You're trying to be nice about this. Just be honest. Just give us the full load. Show us all the heavy background baggage and just say, here you go. Just drop it on top. That's all I want. It's just I want an age of honesty. I want an age of earnestly doing this. That's it. That's it. That's all I want.
I will again really reiterate that you should utilize the option that you have to learn about training for Gen AI and use your best judgment to choose whether or not to opt out.
Yeah, and be looking, as I said earlier, be looking at other places where you're distributing, uploading, sharing content. Look at their policies as well, so that your eyes wide open. And
don't talk about. This is not about other places, man. This is about Twitch. Do you represent multiple chief product officers of multiple companies? Just fucking stick to Twitch. This is why this is an hour 27 minutes, with an hour of this being probably them talking about this. You're talking on behalf of other people. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. We're not talking about normal AI. Let the AI people, like, stop reading the same 9 people in chat who are saying all AI is bad. They don't represent a larger community of voices talking about the generative AI, which is the problem.
if you don't want to have your content being trained on, then you may.
Something's coming up because I just saw the question go through chat. Let me really quickly use the washroom, because this is a very important thing, and this could impact my collaborations and everything in the future, and it probably might impact yours. This is I'm gonna do a quick 1-minute ad, and then we're gonna look at this specifically, okay? Okay, if you're a creator, please listen to this part. This was something I didn't consider either, so I'm glad that somebody else brought it up in the chat. But this is a very important question.
You want to not use those services. And in the case of what we're doing here is giving you the option to not have your content be used for training.
This should be it.
Mandy Prater asks, is the opt-out only available on desktop? I just updated my iOS app and the opt-out doesn't seem to be there. I can confirm that this was a dual release on iOS and desktop. Try refreshing your app. Even if you updated it, try refreshing it if you're not seeing it. I saw it on my phone, so I know it exists. But because we just launched this, it should be there, but I can promise you that it is an iOS and desktop release. This is.
So I will tell you this. I went to go check on my girlfriend's phone, which is about like a 4-year-old Apple phone. And I checked on my phone, which is updated to the max with the processing system and the Twitch app and everything's updated. There is no option. So I have a feeling it's just rolling out slowly. Do it on desktop. Just do it on desktop. Anything that happens on the phone happens on desktop or vice versa. Yeah, exactly. So just note that even if they're seeing it, just do it on your desktop. That's all. That's not what I was talking about. It's a different question.
You can opt out on your phone.
Just opt out on your desktop.
Pun and Fun Otter. Would any
we
art?
should,
oh, go ahead.
Mary, actually, you and I went through an experience on finding it earlier where it's
we
not
did.
in your creator dashboard. It's under your account settings.
Which
if
it
you're
isn't.
on web.
Can you share? Thank you. Mark, can you share my screen again? Sorry. Thank you. Just in case you're like coming in now, it is not in your creator dashboard. It's in your account settings under security and privacy. So
not on phones.
Whether you're on your mobile or on your menu that you need, is the opt-out only available? Oh, wait, sorry. I already just asked that question. So sorry. It's Pun and Fun Otter. Would any art and assets that we use on our streams be used for training? Is it mainly our voices
or the camera?
They ask
the question later,
if we
I guess.
Are
my bad, but let's keep listening.
What is being used?
I would, the way I would answer that is I'm not responsible for the Amazon's training efforts in terms of use of this content, generative AI.
Again, Amazon's training efforts.
I would assume anything that's part of your channel content, as we said, if you opt out, it won't be used. That's the clearest answer in terms of prevention of usage for training. I saw some folks, comment in chat, and it's always hard, of course, to do these streams where the community is literally super angry. It's not that we're unprepared.
Do you guys remember that creator a long time ago? She was pissed that people would only pay $5 to her. But she's like, you guys should want to give me more money. It's got a flash of that immediately. That's how long I've been on this fucking platform, dude. That was very much going to be like, it's hard to do these streams when everyone's pissed. Well, yeah, your company keeps making really upsetting decisions, man. Produce shit content, get shit on. Ta-da! The face of someone who, what? No.
Just know that we're trying to do is triangulate answers here that are complex answers to questions that
They're not. You just don't have answers.
In some cases,
it's fine. Just say you don't have
concerns
answers. Okay.
From what we say can get us in trouble perspective, and not just with the community, but literally in trouble in different ways around the world. We have, obviously I am not speaking on behalf of Amazon in terms of any of their efforts. So there's this triangulation that's going on to try to find an answer that is as, hopefully as helpful as possible to explain what's happening here and why, without breaking into jail, and one of many different specifically be breaking into jail here. So I appreciate, and this is a very answer your question, is not your reality and the use of it.
Thanks, Mike.
So also remember, these aren't complicated questions, because he can either say, I don't know, I'll get this for you, or redirect your answers to bot, right? Like, go talk to Amazon. specifically tell them where to go to ask for these concerns. They could be redirecting you to places that you can ask these questions. They're not, because they don't know. And they didn't expect to have to know, I guess. I don't know. The other thing is, a lot of these questions are yes or no questions. Has our previous information been used? This is a yes or no question. It's not complicated because it can be answered with a yes or no. The I don't knows are becoming more are concerns. One, because of your position, but two, because you're adding these extra things that you're saying. Like, again, you're not corpo, right? You're not being proper corpo. You're saying all these other things like, I don't know, Amazon, whatever they do, they're doing. So that's not a no, that's not a yes, but that's a concerning detail that you've decided to randomly pop out of your face through your mouth hole. That's really concerning, right? So this is the part where, again, they know they're at the point now where they understand they're toast. They've said almost too much because they've said so little, and they've actually said points that fuels the fire. So now we're just waiting for any question that catches them off guard and to see all the multiple holes poked into this detail, into this project.
Ash said hi, asked, will this make us more money?
No.
If
Why would it?
users stop using Twitch because of this? Sorry, I'm going to try and parse that. It's a delicate topic, and I think our community has the reaction that I expected you guys to have, which is that you don't.
Oh my God, here we go again.
Because this is industry standard, when people are like, I'm not going to use this place anymore, going other places won't absolve you of this. This opt-out is something that we really encourage you to use and share with your community so that they know. I know that I will tell my community, hey, just so you guys know, I have opted out of training for GenAI because I have community members that would not join my stream.
1 second. All right. I'm gonna write this in deep black marker. I'm gonna fucking write this down so I too can remember. All right, there we go. Just so I can remember, I too am industry standard. Okay? Let's get that straight. I'm sure Mike won't mind if I butt in a little, but after all, we are learning from each other.
If I opted in. So I'm going to tell them and be vocal, and I encourage you guys to do what's best for you in your channel settings. But it's not as easy as saying everyone's just going to leave.
We're going to go through this next ad break. I can't stop it.
Really
sorry.
Across the board. It's something that is happening on live streaming communities across the space. So thanks, Ash. I don't know if that was like as satisfying of an answer as you want, but I think it's something you should be really communicative with your community about, that you've opted in or out. I have one about captions on clips from Becca, Mike. Captions on clips is great, but we don't. I'm just gonna fix that or edit captions.
We're working on that. We know that's important. We know it isn't always right. So
this question was about speech to text
and positioning, and
it has nothing to do with speech to text.
Also being worked on.
Okay. I'm just gonna look at a couple other questions on chat and just see if there's anything else that we can chat
That's
about.
different because people have been asking very unique questions. You've just been ignoring them, like the one I'm waiting for you to answer. Excuse me.
Some of these are about like the law and complying with the law, especially like international EU law. Minton, do you have anything to say about that? I mean, obviously, like this has gone over much a lawyer scrutiny.
Oh yeah, sure, for
so it
sure.
should be compliant with all laws.
Yeah, Mad Taz 64 in chat says, you mentioned most people use AI nowadays. You understand how much of it's being forced onto us against our factor. Yeah, specific survey I was referring to, there is really no search interface. It's a chatbot.
Okay, thank you.
I'm
That's
scanning
helpful.
chat. I know people feel like we're avoiding the questions. I'm trying to answer as many as I see. Then some of them, I think, sometimes are ones where the question's been answered, but the answer wasn't the one that was desired.
The one they wanted, which is
Let's
whatever.
see. Ask Mike,
Yeah,
if you were a
keep
streamer,
going.
would you opt in? For me personally, again, just because I am more comfortable with what's going on and what the technology is doing and not doing, I would say I would probably not bother to opt out. That's me. Again, that's me. Everybody needs to make their own decision, which is why we've given you the ability to opt out of model training.
Yeah. Squishy asks, what happens if a creator who opted out is collabing with a creator that opted in for a stream together session?
This one, listen, creators.
That's a good question.
Again, watch, hold on. Once again, let's do an analysis. All right, listen to what she says.
That's a good question.
That's a good question. And now let's watch the guy who designed this, or who was a part of it, we assume, or something. What's going to happen here? Stalling.
Stream together session.
He's thinking about what the stream together session is.
So if you were opted in and I was opted out and we streamed together, what would happen?
That's a good.
There's that face again.
Good question.
That is a great, that's a really great question. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really fucking great question. Let's watch that again.
Opted in and I was opted out and we streamed together, what would happen?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
That's a great question.
What we should do there is respect the, obviously the opt-out. So we'll take that one back and make sure that we've considered that use case.
Okay. I understand things can slip through the cracks. Collaborations through their stream together was because of Squad's death. And we got Stream Together, which was a shell of its former self, but, good enough in my opinion. Still good enough. The fact that one of the big things that they were selling as a feature on Twitch was not a consideration when it came to this is ridiculous. They'll take it back and work on it. They'll take it back and workshop that. They'll just figure it out, guys. That's a great fucking, because nobody on their team streams or has friends to collab with. Just say it. You're all lonely and work in your office. That's fine. We respect your decision, but you're the ones designing for creators. So no, you didn't talk to any creators who could collaborate. You didn't think of any user cases. I didn't think about it until they brought it up either. But I'm also not thinking about adding this kind of feature. I'm not the expert. You are. That's why you have the job. But you didn't think about one of the most sold out aspects of Twitch, which is the stream together. Industry standard. Look how stumped he looks. He knows. He knows they didn't think about it. They should look at it. By the way, they should take it back and look at it. So what I'm going to highly recommend is if you want opted out of generative AI, all right, if you want to opt out of Gen AI, my suggestion is for the next little while, especially if you're either if you're going to be having multiple various collabs, because maybe you're a person who collaborates with a lot of random people that you don't necessarily know well enough or acquaintances, or if you're like me where maybe you just have a lot of people that you know, just ask in advance. Have all of your accounts associated with Twitch, if it matters to you. Again, up to you. But if it matters to you, or if it matters to you, ask the person, have you disabled generative AI training on all of your accounts associated, your bot account and your main account. Any extra accounts, ask all of that to be safe. because then you don't have to worry. If everybody's opted out, there's no reason why we wouldn't be opted out. Now, this doesn't say that through the Stream Together platform, which I deafen myself on anyways. I mute my mic and deafen on it so they can't hear through it, right? That doesn't mean they can't scrape through that. But the safest thing that you can do with collaborations is just to make sure that everybody has hit that opt-out button. That's it. That's my big recommendation. Because this man right here is absolutely stumped about what to do with that.
Junkyard, sorry, I must have missed your question. Ask it again. I'm trying to look at them. Peo Fire asked, we already answered this, but I'm going to ask.
Or honestly, avoid it, right? Go back to classic, selling everyone's channel out, shout them out, pin them at the top of the channel, have multiple chats open if you can, like do that type of thing. Like if you're really worried about what it could be, or just like put everyone in agreement, like, are we okay with taking this risk if we're all opted out? Do you just want to take the risk and then take the L if we find out that once again they've done another scummy thing? Then do that. But safety first. Do what you feel comfortable with.
It again, which is they want to have a way to see which channels have opted out. I don't want my chat participation used, so I'd like to avoid those streams. Right now, the answer is there is no toggle that lets you know.
Yeah, there's no. And the controls are creator facing, not viewer facing. So I suppose you could go channel to channel and just ask the question if they've opted out or not, but we don't intend or have a thought or a plan to make any type of
use a tag
annotation on the channel that
use a tag. People actually read the tags
or not.
Yep. 8-Bit Dylan asks, will Twitch's official streams be opt-in or opt-out?
Here's a great question.
I think we're gonna opt out.
Sorry, what? Did you actually say they're gonna opt out?
Clear in the user voice.
Are you fucking kidding? Wait.
8-Bit Dylan asks, will Twitch's official streams be opt-in or opt-out? I think we're gonna opt out.
Oh, that's cool.
Warwick, wasn't this clear in the user voice?
So don't. Okay, so here's the thing, though. Remember, though, like we said, this is definitely an Amazon plot. Like this is an Amazon plot. This doesn't have much. Like Twitch is definitely just eating all the flack, right? This is an Amazon thing, has been proven very much by what Mittens, or basically just heavily said without him saying by Minton. So it's unsurprising that if Twitch is against it, that they would say something like that. Now, I don't know if she runs that channel or has a say in that. So the anger towards that is not unsurprising, but also it's unsurprising, but also it's like, let's remember that this is fairly confidently an Amazon decision for the purposes of learning for Amazon models, right? Not enough has been said to prove that this is going to be for Twitch. So Twitch opting out kind of tells me you should opt out too, right? If the platform doesn't want to use the feature, then you should probably not use the feature either.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys made yourself very clear in the user voice. I don't think that's can be misinterpreted.
That's good.
Not tone deaf here in terms of knowing where the community stands. The feedback's been quite clear.
Very obvious. Thank you.
If they're saying something, ban them, you can get.
Man, you guys look miserable. I hope that you were ready for that. I really hope they were ready for that, right? Like, this is a really tough conversation that Dan Clancy really should have
won't
taken.
do anything about it. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm just
okay.
reading
Bluey
chat.
said, you don't know what it's being used for training. I think the better answer to that question is Mike does know, we do know that it's being used to train models.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's
it's
specific.
A broad stance of what you can train a model for.
Oh, of course.
So giving you a list of 500 use cases, I don't think is actually very helpful. the point is it helps train models,
Yeah.
and the use cases
Because it's not for
are
Twitch.
endless, probably.
Because it's not for you.
So
It's not for us.
If that makes you uncomfortable or you don't like that, then I encourage you to use the opt-out function
Yes.
and to tell your friends.
It's only becoming increasingly clear that
Someone
they're
just asked, like,
just
why didn't we
doing
email
their job.
people? I think that's a fair
Which
question.
doesn't help.
Like, why not email people?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's the other thing too. This is another big one. This might be a really big indicator on some shifts in overall communication with Twitch. Here we go.
Someone just asked, like, why didn't we email people?
Yeah, why
I
didn't we
think
get an
that's a
email?
fair question. Like, why not email people?
Why aren't we updated on these things?
We have
So this is a moment where him doing the duck face thing, like his like stumped face. This doesn't have anything to do with him, right? This is probably more her realm. He's just here to listen to why, right?
conversations internally about like how to release this information. We use Twitch support most regularly. And I think we actually moved this date to be on patch notes so that we could talk to you guys directly and have this conversation on patch notes day. I know not everybody can watch patch notes.
Oh, I see. It's supposed to be 2
But
weeks. 2
social
weeks
media
later.
is a very
Okay.
effective tool. I think you guys
Oh, it
would
says
maybe not
August
be shocked to
26th.
find
I don't
out
know
that
why.
not everybody reads their emails. I can tell you that a lot of times when I email creators, they don't
1 second.
read.
Say
I know
that
not everybody
again.
can watch patch notes. But social media is a very effective tool. I think you guys would maybe not be shocked to find out that not everybody reads their emails. I can tell you that a lot of times when I email creators, they don't read those emails. Social media, word of mouth, DMs, and live streams actually tend to get the information further in our community than an email. But, you know, that's not like the best answer, but that is true. Like, creators don't always read their emails.
So we'll give you one answer, and it's creators don't read their emails. But we couldn't possibly do multiple things all at the same time. Going to the movie?
Yeah. My little stay.
Oh, okay, good. All right. Have fun at the Spider-Man. So just remember, they can't do multiple things at once. They couldn't possibly, with all the things that she mentions, the live streams, the Twitch help, email, social media, word of mouth. Man, I'm glad I streamed to everybody who lives 10 minutes away from me. We all go to the same fucking coffee shop. Holy shit. All of these features. Yeah, none of this could be done simultaneously, apparently. So, again, a Twitch decision, maybe an Amazon decision, probably a Twitch money decision. You know, they don't have enough money to get people to do it, to you know, write an email and make a social media post at the same time. You know, that might be too tough. Who knows? As you can tell, I'm being a bit facetious. It's not fair because I don't know what the actual situation is. However, saying that some creators don't read their emails, yeah, you know what? Some creators don't use social media. Some creators don't know people in person to talk to them about it. Some creators stream once every 2 weeks. Some creators are sponsored and can't talk about this shit. Some creators are in character and can't talk about this shit, or won't talk about this shit to keep a vibe going. Your turn. What else do you want to blame creators for? What else do you want to say? You're right. It isn't a good answer. The real question then you should be answering or coming up with yourself using a little bit of deduction is, well, now that I've been asked this, how do I respond and make it obvious that maybe I could do something about this if we could do these different processes simultaneously? So why aren't you doing things simultaneously? That's the real question here. How hard is it to send an email that looks exactly like a social media post? I'm just saying, it's weird. It's a strange answer.
Two things I stuck up by in chat. I can confirm one of them. One is asking about cloning your voice. That is specifically one of the things that's not being done. For example, it's maybe...
So he does know how it's being trained because he knows we can't be cloned.
used for speech understanding, like I said earlier, where there's certainly things that streamers say and that's fairly unique to Twitch culture. But it's not used for voice cloning specifically. That's one thing that I can confirm isn't
Well, I didn't even
being
think about that
done.
either. Jesus, with minors
And I forgot
under
the second
18
one I
being
saw
used
go
for
by.
Gen AI because it's a
Maybe it'll
13
come
plus
back up
channel.
again.
I can't believe this isn't an 18 plus site yet.
How do I
Too
know?
many complicated
I know
things.
because the people responsible for it did confirm that detail. So I suppose it's probably the specific answer to that question. There's just controls in place for that.
Like, I appreciate those who are of age and are not
Um,
necessarily over 18,
Someone
but
just
don't
asked
talk
kind
about
of
their
like a
age in
broad
chat.
question
They've been
of
some of the best
our
community members
chats
in here because they've
opted
accidentally
in.
mentioned their age.
So it's
But it really
creator
should be an 18 plus. It
based.
should be
So
an
if a
18 plus thing
creator
at this point. It
has
should just be that.
opted out, then their chats are not included. So the
Okay.
creator makes that call.
Okay, so with shared chat, that was an early clip then. This is why I wanted to watch it for myself. This is why I wanted to watch it for myself. Do I have that post here? I was going to close the post if I still had that. There's the Yuri again. Yeah.
Like they would with their auto mod settings.
Okay.
You, the creator, make the call.
So there
for
you
your
go. We
chat,
don't have to worry about that.
not chat.
I'm glad that came up again. Excellent. We'll take it.
Okay. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Well, opting
there
out
was
be
a,
used.
there,
Go ahead.
yeah, sorry. You and I just
Oh, it's
completely
fine.
complied. There was a comment in chat that was like, hey, we're just trying to hide this. And I can tell you that this is the opposite of hiding it in any way, giving a control, acknowledging it publicly. That's not hiding it. I think we're here. We're doing the best we can to address your questions. We're doing the best we can to make it clear.
I think they
the
mean
option
hiding the
exists.
setting.
We published the blog. We tweeted. We will, I think it's good feedback in terms of email or notifications, other ways, you could potentially put it in the creator dashboard. We'll look at other ways to make sure that this message gets out as broadly as possible for people that want to opt out.
Thanks, Mike. Junkyard Dave says, what stops Twitch from using AI in the future from adding more features that control creators?
Nothing.
I feel like sometimes
Nothing.
I would just reiterate that user voice is a powerful tool that we do read, and it does impact things that we do and don't.
I really don't want to hear about the user voice
Gorgeous
anymore.
asks, will opting out be used to lower eligibility for front page? No, it's not related.
That doesn't
You
make
won't
any
be here
sense.
for ads or
That would be ridiculous.
Can there be a Twitch notification for the browser and mobile apps? Yeah, there could be. I think we should probably continue to get the word out about this.
I think that's kind of the main issue here is that, again, this has been a critique for Twitch over years of their communication being atrocious. Again, the super bits was a massive disaster. Like those on-screen celebrations, they were absolute shit. Anytime, like a lot of these Twitch patch notes meetings or their community discussions, there's just so much like she said, right? Creators don't read their emails. There seems to be an assumption here or a presumption that because of X experience, they cannot continue to do X because it doesn't make any sense. But that also just takes a portion of it and removes it. Again, saying that not emailing, like saying emailing is useless is taking away the most professional form of communication that we have in modern day and saying, well, people don't read them. We can't respond to them either. How the fuck do you know? So it's, if the issue is we're not getting it out, then the solution is not remove certain aspects. You would think it would be add more aspects. And this Twitch notification suggestion just seems like a no-brainer. Why is there no notification popping up in my inbox saying, hey, we've enabled GenAI, you have the option to opt out, even if they said go find it, haha, fuck you, whatever. At least they told you that it was there. They're not telling us until we find out via social media or until we find out via clickbait posts. And unfortunately, that shared one was a bit of a clickbait because it wasn't updated until 20 minutes, 30 minutes later with this, right? That's important. That's why watching the whole thing matters. But like, that's the issue, is Twitch still hasn't figured out the main thing that, weirdly enough, this platform is built on, which is communication. They haven't figured out how to tell people where to go. That's why I can't trust any advice that comes out of them when it comes to streaming, because they themselves can't connect with people. They can't entice people to keep up with their own information. Why would I trust Twitch, boosted by Amazon, to tell me, a smaller creator, how to get my name out when they've got billions of dollars in advertising? And I've got my parents' basement and this fucking sticky note taped to my head because my sticky notes aren't sticky anymore. All I am is industry standard. I'm not Twitch. But Twitch has the ability to email and do social media with professionals. Learn professionals. Professionals that go to school and learn this. Have experience. We build the experience, or maybe we come with it. Maybe we're born with it. Doesn't matter. But you're a company. You have experts. You have people trained to become experts. You have the authority. You have the power. And you don't see value in emailing, of all things. What a weird stance to take. Be like, maybe notification would be good. Yeah, maybe it would, because your other notifications stick there and the number 1 stays forever until you have to manually remove it sometimes. Welcome to my Twitch roast. I'm industry standard.
I said in our current reality because nobody can predict the future. I certainly wouldn't have predicted.
Oh my
There,
Christ, here we
Fussy
go with the
asks, would it be
metaphysical shit.
better to have people opted out by default?
No, we
Okay,
already
I
have
mean,
that
I think a
answer.
lot of these are addressed.
The same.
One of the biggest use cases for AI is translating audio into text.
Okay, here we
So
go. Yeah, here's
use,
another thing that I looked up.
Point I made, I think my answer was as helpful as it could have been. It says, will GenAI be trained off of VODs or will they be trained off of live streams? I think the important thing is that if you remain opted in, any of your channel content, whether VOD, clip, live, chat, anything in and around your channel may be used for training. The point I made earlier is that I don't know specifically how it will be used in a given thing. We've given one example, which is we think is a reasonable assumption, which is for audio. One of the biggest use cases for AI is translating audio into text. And so the use of your audio may be used to improve the ability to do that translation. And then that would improve future features potentially, like captions or even, live captions or clip captions.
So that is interesting because that's something I didn't even think about. If they're talking specifically about changing, like basically the learning turns it into text, why not visuals? This is where people who would understand those models better could explain it better. And I think that's where a question like that would be really good for them to address. We'll see if they do. There's only about 5 minutes left on this. I'm sorry this became the entire stream, but I think this is an extremely important thing to look at. And you know that we like to talk about these kinds of situations. We don't shy away from them on this channel. I do appreciate it. Everyone's been paying it, who's been hanging around, just, enduring or respectfully removing themselves from the energy. This is something that's very passionate and very changing. This is very altering for a lot of people. So we need to spend the time on it. We'll just do Zodiac Mountain tomorrow at this point, right? But that is interesting because this is where that explanation of how does it work with visuals, like, is it just going to turn it into alt text and be like, hey, this person built a green background with a person standing in a red sweater putting a hat on the ground that says Propokadoob over the side, like a Propokadoob branded hat on? Like, is that what it's going to do? Because otherwise, how does it work? Help us understand that. That again, fear is built from lack of knowledge, right? We don't understand. So help us understand. You are the expert. We're here to listen to you.
Cool. I think that's really all I have at this point. So I'm probably gonna stop it there. I understand there'll be a lot more conversation about this in the coming days.
Yes.
I'll do my best to consolidate a lot of this feedback from chat, from user voice in different spaces so that we can continue to use it, especially in internal conversations about things that are going on at Twitch. You guys, I really appreciate you and your passion and your thoughtfulness in this conversation. And I And I hear you like fully.
Yeah. We know you hear us,
We-
and we've heard that before. We've heard that we've been heard many times, right? I one thing that I noticed, especially on Mike's side, again, not a judge of character, but one thing I noticed from his answers is he definitely is worn down. And you know what? He basically took tomatoes to the face from chat for about 45 minutes, 55 minutes even. So like, it's impressive he was able to dance for 55 minutes. Dance around a lot of the issues, dance around a lot of the non-questions or a lot of the non-answers that he gave. And I definitely think that the pressure of everything else here, or just he was worn down by the overall opinion of it. This should be one, expected, and two, it's part of the process of building something where over time, like you could spend years making an art piece, you put it out, and nobody likes it. That's the risk you take with art. That's what drives artists, right? The desire to build stuff that can impact people's lives. And that, of course, becomes in many different forms: technological, artistic, musical, like going through all of those different formats of and mediums of consumption of products, right? So, you never want to have something flop. And I think at the end of the day, what we can discern from this is we know the stance from him because, one, it's his job. Two, he probably believes in it, although he did say he'd probably opt out of it. Same thing with her saying that Twitch is probably going to opt out of it. We don't know that for sure. We'd have to see, right? If anyone gets that information, it would be quite damning. The only thing that I can hope that comes out of this is that we continue to talk about this and that people actually show them that we don't want this. Now, what does that mean? Maybe the collective doesn't matter to Amazon, because I'm not even going to say Twitch at this point. Maybe the collective doesn't matter to Amazon because at this point they've scraped enough of our old VODs and our old content that now we're just kind of putting a cap on it. So anything now is a bonus feature for them. At the same time, we can't just think like that. We have to continue to talk about this. This absolutely needs to go past the 2 weeks that it goes, right? The rule of 2 weeks on the internet, things last for 2 weeks and then they're just forgotten about because people move on to the next controversy, the next thing they have to focus on in their life. We need to continue to focus on this resistance against the generative AI. And if nothing else, if we can't get it removed, to have as many people as possible opt out of it. You get your voice out of there, you get your content out of there. If we see that it's increasing, if we see that it is continuing to put creators, designs, and personalities at risk, we can't help what's happened, if anything has happened. We hope it hasn't. All we can do is help what happens now. So spread the word, tell everybody, try and get everybody to understand why this is important, because again, I'm just industry standard, Dizzy. I'm just industry standard, right? I work for an industry standard company. That's what I am. So if that's all I am, then this is the future of it, right? So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. That's your value. That's your value. And do not rely on Twitch as your only platform. Build backups. I have a backup strategy that I have been working out in my mind. I've been weighing the pros and cons, kind of the details on how I can impact or leave an impact to show my support. I did it with the Twitch blackout. Listened to various opinions, decided, hey, the thing that I'm going to do is going to be the most damaging to the platform that is harming my work, right? And it would be the same thing if it came down to GenAI going from an opt-out to a guaranteed you are being learned from. So what I want to do is I want to end. Stream is going to be short today regardless. I'm sorry that I started late. I haven't been doing well. And I want to tell you the story because I think it's going to kind of explain why I haven't been doing too well with being on time or having things set up. Before I do, just a quick reminder in Discord, I have set up the Dice Boss 3 channel. If you want to participate, the rules are in there. We are building Dice Boss for this year's charity. It's going to be Dice Boss 3. It's going to be hopefully huge. I have some plans for how it's going to be printed out, so I'm hoping to make it a little bit more of a tougher one. Yeah, I don't know anything about the GDPR. I just know EU's going through some really weird stuff. All I know is Suaku keeps mentioning they can't watch porn, and I have no idea what the fuck's going on outside of that. So I would say either contact like a media board or a communications board, a broadcasting board, like whoever controls that. You probably want to reach out to media outlets and like the controller of online sites. I wouldn't know how to start even looking for that other than just starting to Google, sadly. But looking for the people whose laws would actually be impacted. They did mention in this that they did comply with the laws. So whatever they're doing has complied with EU laws. I don't trust that on face value, considering they knew very little about, especially Mike Minton knew very little about any of the outside details that we talked about beyond learning teaching models, which is for Amazon, not for Twitch. Doesn't allow auto opt-in. Yeah, so that wouldn't affect, you still have to opt out though. I don't know how it's going to work for you guys. That's the thing, is I don't know what that means. No, this isn't an auto. I mean, you are automatically opted in, but you have an opt-out button, so I don't know if that changes anything. I don't know. They could get in huge trouble for it, right? Just like they did, where it's becoming too expensive in Korea for other reasons and stuff like that too, or the gambling laws that changed in a lot of EU countries with channel points. So I don't know. That would be something you probably want to look at, especially since you're a creator. If you're worried about anything affecting your monetary stream or your revenue or any legality with you streaming, then I would take a look at that. So again, this is similar to, this reminds me again of the DMCA apocalypse, the whole great clip purge of 2017, 2019, when we basically all lost our content because we were told if we don't purge our Twitch clips, we're going to lose everything. It kind of makes me think that this shit's been going on, but I don't think AI has been around long enough for it to be linked to that, or at least in its current form to learn in that kind of model. So I'm really hoping that's not the case. Even though Twitch keeps a backlog, don't they? So why the fuck would they? Whatever. You can find any VOD anyways. Who knows? I've clicked the opt-out button. That's the best I can do and create awareness. But like, it just reminds me of some of the things where at this point, it's your business. If it's your business, if it's something you care about, you want to maintain and you want to protect, like I do, because I care about this as my job. I care about this as my hobby. That is a job for me right now, helping me through an incredibly tough time in my life and will continue to be a part of my life. I am going to be taking the precautions that I see fit to ensure that I can continue to create without creating problems. I'll be working within legal parameters and also ensuring that my voice is heard. So I would say, especially not being in NA, or maybe you're in a country with very specific technicalities, this would be stuff that you need to bring up to companies or call your legal, like legal advisors or anything. I'm not saying like you have just a personal lawyer, because I'm not going to assume anyone has the money for just that, right? But just, do a little bit of sleuthing, do a little bit of searching and see if there's any information that you can acquire, because this is important. This is important. And even though it's Amazon making the call on this for sure, 99% sure about that, Twitch needs to be pressured to try and fight back on Amazon, because they're the only connection we have to this, right? So I would say look into that and work with that. Chat, I've been here before. I've been in this position before, not even with streaming. I want to talk a little bit about it. Back when I was a teacher, back when I got my teaching license in 2015, and I've had my teaching license ever since. Even back then, there was a lot of talk in the first couple of years of me being a supply teacher or me being in the education system, where I would talk to a lot of phys ed teachers, and something that would go through my classes like 2014 to 2016 or 17 was like 2014, 15 while training, and then after I got my license, still talked about after, was how phys ed one day could just be replaced with robotic workout stations. And what they meant by that is you would have what you have now, like Peloton, or things like that, where we would bring it in. Every student would get a personalized iPad where it would have custom workouts for them to do for phys ed. And teachers would just become engineers for the machines. So the machines would teach students how to do all of the different exercises, keep track of their heart rate and everything else like this. It would effectively replace the teacher as the primary responsibility for educating on health. And then what we would do is we would do the sex ed, because that's the only human thing apparently in health and phys ed is sex ed. That's the only human thing. There's no human experience when it comes to athleticism. Not one bit. According to them. And the big thing that we talked about, Isla, thank you for that raid. Welcome in. Hope your race went well. Hi, Sky. One thing that we talked about back then with replacing phys ed teachers was the fact that there was a human element of, yes, teachers would become engineers and they would just need to know how to use the technology. They don't have to necessarily be a phys ed teacher. But one of the most important things about being a teacher, whether it's specialized in a particular subject or an all-encompassing elementary teacher or middle school teacher, is the fact that the human element is what solidifies all the information and allows students to feel more comfortable and to feel connected to the human experience of learning. Because we're very complex creatures and we have immense capabilities when it comes to our imaginations and our potential, right? So when we talk about phys ed and people saying that we could just have fully automated things, there's nothing wrong with that. But to say that we can replace teachers because we have fully automated programs for students removes the whole reason why we have physical activity, removes every reason why that robot or that machine understands movement. Because we told the machine how movement works. We've done the studies, we've done the research, we've done the work to understand our own movement, to be able to build foundations to keep ourselves alive for longer and healthier with less pain and more joy, to develop things to help with disease and ailments. We have done that as human beings. For us to use technology to push our knowledge forward is spectacular. But to push it to the point where we say that the technology should be pushing us away is the concern. And I remember my phys ed teacher, she like the teacher, the one who would teach the teachers, not my teacher mentor, but the one who ran the phys ed program, like teaching program. I remember her saying, because she was going to go into, after she retired from my year, after she retired the year that she taught me, she was going to go into curriculum development. And the thing that she said is she was so flabbergasted that being someone in her late 50s, early 60s, whatever she was, that she still could not fathom how much of an impact she could have because humans write the curriculum and because she was there for a student in phys ed class. Because everyone memes on phys ed. You don't need phys ed to go into any program. It's an elective, right? You do it once and then you leave it, right? But she knew for that 1 year that students, even if they struggled in fitness, even if they struggled in sex ed, or if they had the weirdest questions and they were just totally embarrassed by it, that all of that could not have been made possible through an automated program. And there's no way to teach a robot to understand all of those interconnected interactions between the human experience of touch, the human experience of reading emotion, the human experience of empathy. Now, we do have models that can mimic it, but they still cannot mimic being human because they are not human. And that stuck with me as a teacher and what really drove me beyond being a teacher with a content creator as well, where anything that I make, no matter how jank it is, no matter how shit it might be, how much it flops or how much it succeeds, that at the end of the day, it's my pile of shit, that I made it. It could be a masterpiece. And I've struggled for years personally to take credit where credit is due for both the successes and the failures of things that I may have made. Or sorry, things that I have made myself. Going from someone who I still don't have Photoshop knowledge. My video editing is limited. The knowledge that I bring comes from forward facing, from being a speaker, from being someone who loves being front center in the light, emceeing, telling stories, building challenges, the idea guy. I'm the idea guy. And those ideas are mine, inspired by other people. A robot cannot be inspired. AI cannot be inspired. It can only learn and can only construct fact. So when I think about a platform like twitch.tv, built on a foundation where it was about community, it wasn't about gaming, it was about community. It was about talking with communities, meeting people like you guys, meeting all of you in chat, and having these real experiences, knowing that there is a lived experience out there that I can even have an indirect emotional response to, cannot be reflected in generative AI. Looking aside from the theft, looking aside from all the legalities of things that we should be looking at and managing to ensure that we protect the identity of our products. It's just not human. It's not human. We want to exist on the planet that we have. It's very dystopian to think that we want to design something that replaces us as our identity. I'm not talking about robots that can make lifting things easier to make us safer. I'm talking about literally taking other people's ideas and building it for us because we simply don't have the attention span. And remember, you just didn't develop it. Because everybody is capable of an attention span. Everyone is capable of learning. Everybody has that potential to be who they want to be and adjust as they do. I don't believe in it. You could be whatever you want or whoever you want, because that's what my teacher said, and I learned over time. I'm not going to be a space engineer. I'm not going to be a doctor. But he inspired me to be a teacher because I wanted that human experience. So the reason why, especially for generative AI, the reason why it hits close to home for me, the two things that I love, which is content creation and education, are both being attacked by this generative AI slop that is merely regurgitating ideas and is removing the human element. Without the human element, there is no reason for us to be on this planet. There isn't. We don't have purpose. We make our own purpose. And having a tool that can remove that purpose and just turn everything into black and white fact and be wrong about it too, oftentimes, that's not industry standard. That's anti-human. So if you see me posting on Blue Sky a lot about it, if you see a lot of videos that will be talking about that, if you notice that I've been really down lately, because I have been, and I've been struggling to sleep, not just because of this, because of many reasons. If you're noticing that a lot of my energy has been in very different avenues, in very different places, and at very different wavelengths, it's because it's reminding me of when I was a teacher and how much that hurts to see that now the final bastion of passions that I have has this growing infection where I don't want to see the same pattern of other platforms take it and just say, yeah, this is how it goes. I don't want that. So like I said, I have a plan if this continues, if they try to slip more and more in. I think we need to be very educated about this. I think we need to be open. Even if we are educated, we need to be open to people's opinions and understand what they're saying to try and learn from it. Because this is the danger of always just saying, oh, AI bad, right? Again, now we're confusing it, and it's a giant fucking mess with people who are actually trying to talk about the specific AI that we are concerned with. See, I don't find it strange. Is he also good to see you, Noble? I don't find it strange because by the same logic, you would probably find it strange that Tolkien's Lord of the Rings very much speaks about modern day AI because, again, it's another attack on human. It's another attack on just the human system in general. It's another layer of our identity that is being used to segregate, to separate, to profit off of, right? It just has another name and another avenue, but it doesn't remove the fact that the other avenues still exist. So yes, history does repeat itself. Eerily too close. And one day I hope that we can say, hey, we learned from history. We've seen where this is going. We are so smart and so informed now, despite the anti-intellectual fucking tsunami that's going through the universe. Those of us who remain in the realm of intellectual and logical and critical thinking, we know what's happening, and we have been more informed about it than we ever could have been because of the internet, because of access we have to tools. When we go from me being in school saying I can't use Wikipedia as a viable source to now I'm almost on the side of defending Wikipedia as the final station before they reach the borders of our safety when it comes to anti-generative AI. When you see that kind of history, when you're rooting for Wikipedia as the separated foundation of truth, that's when you know you're in a massive change. Something is brewing. It's trying to form. It's trying to take everything. And we know what it's going to do because we have the knowledge to understand that. We have the critical thinking. We have the ability to relate and make sense of it all. So that's what it is. That's what it is. Yes. Yes, he also would have been pissed at Andy Serkis for the shit that he was saying with the racist stuff, right? Just because Tolkien was based in Christianity doesn't mean he did not have a lot of social commentary and specific social commentary in his books for these very reasons, for this exact reason, for representing something that looks so feudal and so ancient, yet still very relatable. Yes, of course. They're backed into a corner. The only thing they can convince you of is that this is inevitable so that they can regain their shape, right? They're at risk of being ripped apart. Understand? I get that, right? So that's why, for me, for us to keep hope going, we move, we progress, we make this work. It doesn't have to be the industry standard. It can be different. We can make this better. We need to make it better. We need to participate. If it's something as small as putting your name in the user voice, or something as large as causing a mass exodus from... I'll have to watch this later. Yeah, open it, and I'll mute it. Oh, I've seen this. Yeah. I've seen this guy. This is a spectacular speech. I recommend this speech too. Spectacular usage of, or spectacular commentary, and because he's a voice actor too, right? Spectacular delivery on the desperate nature of trying to make something that is failing so spectacularly. And then going through the same thing that we kind of saw with Mary Gish and Mike Minton, where they run out of they get dizzy from running around that post, so they have to start attacking the post. That's all they can do, and they can't attack it with the right thing. They just yell, or they hurl things at it, right? Yep, Secret of Mana. Yeah, Secret of Mana was all about that too, right? A lot of, I mean, again, it's art. It's art made by human. They made it. They put their ideas in there. It's made for human. Yeah, I've seen the speech. This speech is fucking great. Why haven't I should bookmark this. This is a spectacular speech. Can't believe it's only a month old. I thought I saw it a long time ago. But I've seen his stuff before. It's good. So yeah. I didn't mean for the stream to be entirely this discussion. I totally understand that this is a very heavy topic. This is very like, it's just a lot of, not judging in a necessarily bad way, but it's a lot of just revealing and pulling away the bandage, and we have to take a look at this wound and recognize that it's there. And I know that most people in here, if not everybody, cares about the human identity and understands why this would be a very big sticking point for the creators that you watch. And I also hope you understand that this whatever they're talking about with training a model, despite the fact that they literally went around in circles, this is never going to be for us. It was never going to be meant for us. They are both playing an act and struggling to really stand by what they have to say, despite the fact that, again, what'd you say one more time? Just one more time for the road.
Well, there's an honest answer, and I think most of you probably can appreciate this. Like, if it was opt-in, nobody would opt in.
I think that pretty much sums up what we talked about over the past 4 hours. Yes, Dizzy. Yes. And that's a very, very sensitive topic. Haven't really wanted to bring up book shredding. But yes, it is something that is happening. And again, that's the backed into the corner thing. The only thing they know how to do is to destroy history because they can't beat it. They're not taking them, if you can't beat them, join them. They're saying if you can't beat them, change history, right? They want a time machine. They want to go back when To Kill a Mockingbird used the language that it used. They want to go back to prior translations of books so that they can reinforce thousands of year old ideologies that just don't apply to a more advanced civilization, right? Really, it's an abuser strategy, right? It's an abusive strategy. You burn all the bridges, and you say you're stuck with me, right? Yep. Yep. And that's the thing. It's bullying. It's bullying. It's abuse. It's coercion. My favorite thing, hegemony dynamics. Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate all of you. We will be back tomorrow. Zodiac Mountain will happen tomorrow. I should be like today I was feeling good, but again, this was I can't believe how much we had to break down with this. It's I'm glad that we did though. There was a lot to break down. So we will have, what is that? Okay. Let me change that really quickly. It looks like there's a common tag that creators are using. What am I going to get rid of? I guess analysis. Oh, they're making it really hard for you to figure out, to find it, that's for sure. Is that the tag that people are using? Yes. Yes, it is documented, funnily enough, unfortunately, with the run of the United States, that the average empire doesn't make it past 250 years. And that most certainly applies to what's it called? That most certainly applies to monetary systems as well, right? Oh, no, I don't want it like that. I want this. There, I put AI opted out as one of my tags. Analysis was just there to be like, and I do analysis of games, right? It's more reviews than analysis, but you know, I like to believe I do deep reviews of things. But yeah, I promise you, this will hopefully not be nearly as heavy of a day as it is. I am okay. I just really need to talk it out, and I really need to break it down and sort of yeah. I don't like watching civilization crumble, but I also don't want to live in a world where it's in the shadows and I don't know about it and I can't fight back with it. You know what I mean? That's my biggest concern. So yeah. We're just going to send it over to Tora. She's climbing the peak today. The Citadel and Gloom update has been spectacular. I will try and get some of that in next week and continue to try it out because I really, really I love it so much more than the Caldera Kiln. I might just find a way to force it every single time because I love the Citadel and Gloom. Like playing on my own type of thing. Oh! They're doing Ascent 8? Wait, they're actually doing Ascent 8? Holy shit, they're about to win it, aren't they? Well, either way, let's go over and raid and cheer her on. Here's the raid message. If you don't have my emotes, take your favorite emotes, put the tentacles around them. The way you can help me, I know we're not big social media user in this community, but if you do have it and you want to pass on a lot of the social media stuff that I've been sharing, you can do that as well. Like I said, I've been keeping up with it. So if you guys want to interact that way, do that. Thank you much for joining me today. I will see you tomorrow for Zodiac Mountain and Beer and Dwarves Go Underground. Take care. Take a breath. Go stick your head out a window if you don't want to go outside. Have a lovely rest of your day. Thanks for your insights and for your support today. Have a good one, chat. I'm here for humans. Peace.